approval of the December 2nd agenda. Any staff, any changes?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just one update from staff tonight. It is for other business item 11A, the voucher disbursement report. Council received an emailed version of this earlier, and there's a printed copy of the actual report that's in front of you tonight. So that is my one addition, unless the city manager has anything else.
Okay. Council, we good?
I will make a motion to approve tonight's meeting agenda.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no or nay.
Mayor, could I remind you that with a virtual meeting, we need to take every vote by roll call?
Oh, thank
so
you.
if we could
Yes.
please take vote
take
by
a
roll call. Yep.
Okay.
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
And Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Okay. Next is the consent agenda. So pursuant to council rules, one motion, non-debatable, will approve the recommendation noted. Any member of the council may ask for an item to be taken from the consent agenda for discussion in separate action. Such items removed from the agenda. Uh-oh, ran out of room here. Sorry, out of my virtual. And we were saying. There we go. Such items removed from the consent agenda shall be considered immediately following the approval of the balance of the consent agenda. Staff, anything on the consent agenda? Okay. Council, anything you'd like to remove? Yes?
I'd like to remove item E.
Item E is Ward 1 polling place and location designation. Okay. Anything else? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, hearing none others, I will move to approve the balance of the consent agenda.
Second.
Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Okay, so what did we approve? Well, let's go through this again. So what did we approve? All right, so we approved the City Council meeting minutes from November 18th, 2025. We received the Sustainability Committee minutes from October 1st, 2025. We received the Parks, Recs, and Forestry Commission meeting minutes from September 23rd, 2025. We approved credit card charges and payment for October 2025. We accepted solar APP plus permitting incentive from the Minnesota Department of Commerce. We approved the second reading for an ordinance for the amendment to City Code section relating to the domestic animal permitting. We approved the second reading for an ordinance amendment to allow event centers as conditional uses in the B4 districts. We approved the second reading of an ordinance for the amendment to the R1 zoning district regarding foster children. We approved the second reading for an ordinance amendment to the City Code section referring to tobacco product licensing. We approved the authorization of the city manager to execute organized labor agreement. We approved licenses. We also authorized the city manager to execute sentencing to service program services agreement. And we authorized the mayor and city manager to execute an amendment to municipal materials management agreement. All right. Raymond, Ward 1 polling location designation.
Yes, I just want to take a moment to pull this item out specifically just to acknowledge and appreciate Oromo Evangelical Church of Minnesota for hosting Ward 1 residents for a number of years and recognizing that Parkway United Church of Christ will be our new polling place as we move forward. So with that said and the acknowledgement and recognizing that, I move that we approve and thank you.
Okay.
I will second.
All right, all those, let's do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. All right, moving on to presentations. Robbinsdale School District.
Good evening, Mayor Sutton and City Council members. Thank you so much for having us here this evening. I'm Terry Stallo, and I'm proud to serve as the superintendent of Robbinsdale area schools. I'm also really proud to serve with Dr. Bob McDowell, who's our assistant superintendent, and the two of us will be sharing the presentation this evening. I think do you have it in front of you? Excellent. All right. We're here tonight at the request of the City Council to provide an update on the work in which we've been engaged, looking at some of the significant financial challenges that we face. Our financial context is not a mystery. Quite simply, our school district, like those across the state, have been experiencing declining enrollment for a number of years. At the October Association of Metropolitan School Districts meeting, the state demographer stated that births have been declining statewide, creating smaller cohorts of school-aged children. Locally, Robbinsdale area schools has the third largest numeric decline in resident population, ages 5 to 17, which is 858 students or children between 2020 and 2023. So in addition to the decline in enrollment, we also experience, like other schools, increases in expenditures without increases that are needed in state funding. And finally, given our enrollment, we are frankly operating too many buildings. So as we look at the slide with the statutory operating debt, although we reduced the budget last year by about $16 million, it was not enough to keep us out of statutory operating debt. As you can see on this slide, SOD occurs when are we good? Okay. When a district's deficit at the end of the year exceeds 2.5% of the annual operating expenses. For us, the deficit to meet the SOD requirement would be about $4.3 million, and currently we are approximately at $11 million in deficit. So we clearly have exceeded that to go into statutory operating debt. I don't have anything. Do I need to?
No, I thought you said you were.
Okay, just want me to tell you when to?
No, you're good. I thought you said on this slide, so.
We good?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, no worries. So here's what statutory operating debt means, right? We have to create a plan. The district must develop a detailed plan that's approved by our school board, and I want to recognize that 4 of our school board members are here tonight, so I'm grateful for their support. It needs to be submitted to MDE by the end of January. It also means the state will closely monitor our finances, and it requires progress updates to ensure that we are meeting progress on the recovery plan. If the district doesn't make the adequate progress, we could face continued monitoring by the state and potentially even some state-imposed restrictions. So just so you know when we need to get the plan in by, as well as what that means for monitoring moving forward. The next slide just has outlined some of the statutory operating debt requirements. And the 2 that I'll point out to you include we must reduce our current year expenditures, and we must immediately discontinue the practice of approving deficit budgets. So going to that short-term outline, this process for us, and I was here about a year ago with y'all, but this process for us started over a year ago when we realized that we had a significant budget deficit, of between $19 and $21 million. As I said, we were able to actualize $16 million of that. At that time, a year ago, right about now, it was too late for us to consider any school closures. Just to make those decisions in the timeline, we weren't going to be able to make any site closures for this current school year. And we knew at that time and have been operating with 2 truths. We have to reduce the budget significantly, and it also gives us an opportunity to co-create with our community and reimagine a school district that's even better and stronger than it is right now. So as we were working diligently on those millions of dollars of reductions, we also engaged in a robust community engagement process with surveys, community meetings, staff meetings, student meetings, focus groups, pop-up meetings across the community, and an 8-month study and analysis with a community-based team representing all of our cities, all of our demographics across the district, the Reimagine Ardale Vision 2030 team. So over the course of those 8 months, we had about 17,000 people engaged in giving us input on what would the ideal district be, what are some of the greatest things about our district that we want to maintain. Studying enrollment, studying all of those programming projections, all of those things. So in September, the Vision team came forward with recommendations. Most of those recommendations are really longer term. The short term that we're in right now really is about this piece of right sizing and doing some site consolidation right now. Their recommendations clearly stated that we're operating too many buildings, and ultimately we'll get a chance after we get through this application process in January to really go back with our board and community and say, okay, what of that study is part of our vision moving forward? We're just not there yet. So if you look at the next slide, we've taken a phased approach to this. So we've got a long road ahead of us. It's going to be a difficult road, and in some ways a road that's full of opportunity and potential for our communities and our school district. But you can see on this, well, this is a 5-phased approach. We are simply at the beginning stages of phase 1. It obviously took us several years to get into this financial crisis, and it's going to take us several years to get to be the district that we believe we can ultimately be and that our kids want, need, and deserve. So that first part of the plan, which is where we are today, is about reducing our footprint through initial building closures, consolidation, and reconfiguration. So that's what our board and we have been working on, and I'm going to hand it over to Assistant Superintendent Dr. McDowell to share some additional information about that.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. So the next slide you have titled Why Consolidations in 26-27 really was to set the stage for how are we going to go about making decisions, and really trying to put things through 2 filters. What is most efficient, effective, and equitable as we move through things, and the second is really around what's feasible, what's desirable, and what's sustainable over the short term and long term. And so as we work through all the different types of options of reductions and school consolidations, it's really trying to force back through those 2 filters. Is it really desirable, even if it's not the best decision? Is it feasible? Is it sustainable over the short term and the long term? In addition to that, on the next slide, information for building considerations, we really are trying to get into 2 decision point areas. First is a primary decision point. So looking at, from our standpoint, our buildings. What is the capacity? What's the current utilization of our buildings? What's the enrollment, not only of the district, but in each one of our sites as we move through pre-K through high school and beyond? What are the operational costs of each building? What are the conditions of each building? And then locations of each building. And then the secondary decision points, after we kind of float through those primary decision points, really get into things like boundaries and transportation and demographics and balancing where kids go, what is the future impact for decisions we make, and what are the trade-offs, and then what ultimately impacts our programming, whether that's at the elementary level, secondary level. So from that, we came up with some general recommendations for the school board, which really were reducing our elementary footprint to 5 to 6 non-magnet elementary schools, reducing the middle school footprint to 1 to 2 non-magnet middle schools, closing Robbinsdale Middle School, closing the ESC building, and relocating our community ed office spaces to the Crystal Learning Center and running out the lease that we have there. So those were the general recommendations that we started with. And then you'll see in the next slide, we listed some trade-offs that we need to consider, right? So we're talking about what happens when we close a space. How can we utilize that space? Do we need to still utilize that space? Our ability to continue to program for all of our students at the remaining schools, not just for what's considered core programming, but also for special education programming, early adventure programming, after school programming, all that goes into school sites. Other trade-offs include impacts to transportation. We have like every other district, we have students that walk, students that get rides, students that ride the buses. So all of that comes into account as we start talking about consolidating schools, changing the footprint, changing the entire flow of certain parts of the district. We also take a look at how many students are impacted by certain moves. Like all school districts that have multiple buildings at multiple levels, our buildings are not all created equally. We have buildings that sit on large acreage. We have buildings that sit on small acreage. We have buildings that can hold 250 kids. We have buildings that can hold 700 kids as elementary schools. They're not all perfectly located where we want them to be located. And so we're paying attention to how does this move impact a number of students? How does this move impact the number of students? And so there's trade-offs, obviously, with that. The next slide, that we have a software program that allows us to pull into place available students by attendance area. So these would be, what you're seeing here on the left-hand side, what we're calling available students specific to Lakeview Elementary. So currently, district resident students, so students that go to school in Robbinsdale area schools, but live within the boundary of the Lakeview attendance boundary. There's 391 of those students. Currently, on the right-hand slide, there are 191 students that, from that boundary, from the 391, that actually attend Lakeview Elementary School. The reason for that is we allow interdistrict transfers. We allow students to choose magnet schools. We allow students to, within the district, stay as a Robbinsdale area school student, but attend a different elementary school. So that's where you see the difference. So we've done this with multiple elementary schools. To, again, more information to try to get a read on what's the utilization of our schools, what are families choosing, so that we can better understand really what's happening in the current state. So the specific facility recommendations that were presented on November 3rd was the closing of Robbinsdale Middle School and moving them to Sandburg, closing Lakeview Elementary School and repurposing that, closing Sonneson Elementary School, consolidating with Neal, closing the Educational Services Center and moving that to Lakeview Elementary, moving the Highview program to, and Robbinsdale Virtual Academy to Lakeview, and then locating the community ed offices to Crystal Learning Center. So that was the initial specific recommendation that the board has been in the unenviable position to grapple with and ask more questions about in the process. So the board did give notice for that on the 15th, you'll see on the next slide. And as you may or may not be aware, that's part of the procedural process that we have to go through, is that a school board has to give notice in a publication for a period of 2 publication cycles, and then 7 days after that, they can hold a hearing, and then only then can they take a vote to officially close a building. They can't go any sooner. So we're in the middle of that process. The school board has chosen to list Robbinsdale Middle School, Lakeview Elementary School, Sonneson Elementary School, Neal Elementary School, and Noble Elementary School for consideration for closure as they continue to deliberate with regard to final decisions. You want to take over on the SOD plan?
Sure. So that's the site consolidation part of the SOD plan, and then we also wanted to just give you where we are right now. Again, the board's got some time to continue to ask us questions and ask us to bring back more information, more options for them. But the full package of what we believe in order to get to that balanced budget for this year is about at least an $8 million reduction. So you can see in that first line item, the site consolidation piece. Again, in the plan that we put into the paper that the board approved, we have 4 elementaries listed. We need the board to act on closing 2 of those in order to achieve that $2.5 million that's listed on that top item there. Additionally, our recommendations to date that, again, the board has asked a lot of questions about, as they should, and seeking additional information, is the the elimination of magnet transportation, and you can see the 1.7 million of that item. In addition to that, magnet transportation, we have our Spanish immersion school. Our students after 5th grade have an opportunity to go to Plymouth Middle School, where we have kind of a school within a school of that immersion programming. So also recommending that magnet transportation be reduced. Additionally, well, last year, as part of our budget reductions, we did stop some of the transportation for students in Minneapolis who open enroll into Robbinsdale area schools. There were a couple zip codes that we stopped transporting. We maintained some of those zip codes. Our recommendation at this point is to eliminate that as well. And then you can see some additional items, our IB programming. And then really, we're working really hard on staffing efficiencies as well as scheduling efficiencies at the secondary level and at the elementary level, and then looking at what other additional reductions can we make with non-instructional staff. So that's the work that we're working on right now. That in totality is an $8.12 million reduction. And again, we had a meeting last night and the board's asked for additional options. We obviously, none of these, nor the site consolidation, are easy answers and decisions, so we want to be sure that we're providing the information that the board needs with that. And then just wanted you to be aware of, again, that short-term timeline, and what we have on this last slide is just the meetings that are left. So last night, we had a business meeting. On Monday night, we added an additional listening session, so our community members can continue to share perspective. We also had a listening session last night. And then we'll have a study session where we will bring back information that the board's requested, continue to answer questions and provide data. Ultimately then, on the 15th, we'll have the public hearing around the closures, and the board will vote on what schools are closed. On the 5th of January, we will bring back that final draft of the statutory operating debt plan and then seek approval on that on January 20th, so it can be approved by the board, submitted to MDE by the end of January. So with that, we are happy to take questions.
Well, thank you, Dr. McDowell and Dr. Salo. Appreciate you coming here to give us an update. I'll open it up to council. Do you have questions?
Sure.
Councilmember Wagner.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I have a number of thoughts, but I guess I just wanted to get a better understanding on the upside of all of this, right? I think there's this very kind of dour future in these slides is what I see. So what is the upside for all of this happening?
So I think I said a year ago when I was here, I talked about part of what I had learned in a short time, and I've learned even more in a year and a half being here, is I think there's a ton of untapped potential in our school district. If you look at our current metrics, you'll see areas that we are not yet where we need to be, whether that's student achievement and outcomes, whether it's the condition of our facilities, whether it's our finances, whether it's our reputation at times. So I believe this gives us an opportunity to say, okay, we don't have a choice in this. We don't have a choice in doing some significant reductions, in right-sizing our district, and we believe that there's a better way forward. And I think spending time with a group of community members, listening to our stakeholders who are emailing us, who are sending, are speaking at listening time about what is it they love about Robbinsdale area schools, we can create some of that. We can't recreate everything that currently exists, but I think as we hear and continue to hear from our stakeholders what they want the student experience to be here, we can absolutely deliver on that, and I believe we must. I believe we can at least stabilize that trend of losing students, and I think we can, like I said, it took some years to get us here, but in a few years we can turn those academic outcomes around, which will turn some of the reputation around, which will help more of our resident students and families choose Robbinsdale area schools. Right now, we have a capture rate of about 62%. The state average is 72%. And if along the way there are students in other districts and families in other districts that choose us, that's great too. So I'm incredibly optimistic about our future, and I'm also very realistic about some really hard steps that it's going to take to get us there.
Questions?
Yeah.
Councilmember Blackledge.
Thank you. So I do know a question that I've received from constituents, or my neighbors, really has been around the shift in the magnet programs and IB. Can you just tell us what the difference between an IB school is versus the magnet school, and then IB properties that exist within schools? 'Cause I know that's just to help people understand more about what that looks like and the implications behind that.
Sure. So currently we have 3 magnet schools that are at the elementary level, right? So we have Fair Pilgrim, we have C, School of Engineering and Arts, and then we have RSI, Robbinsdale Spanish Immersion at the elementary level. And at the middle level, we have Fair Crystal operating as the kind of second half to Fair Pilgrim, right, with the arts focus. The difference between the magnet schools and an IB program is that the magnet schools in the district don't theoretically have an attendance boundary to them. So students and families can opt into the magnet schools from anywhere. They don't have an attendance boundary assigned to that school. And then the programming around those magnets is designed around those pieces, right? So you take the Spanish immersion program. Everything about that student's day, for the most part, is built around Spanish immersion, the dual immersion program that exists there. Take the same thing with the arts and innovation, and that's the idea behind the magnets. The IB could be looked at from the same lens in terms of everything's around the International Baccalaureate primary years program, right? So the staff are trained in what that means. They have special ways to design lessons, special ways to incorporate all the things that go into International Baccalaureate programming. The difference is it's not technically considered a magnet program like the other 3, yet the whole school operates as an International Baccalaureate PYP program for the students that attend there. From a boundary perspective, as I mentioned before, Lakeview then has an attendance boundary to it, different than the magnet schools.
Thank you.
Councilmember Parisian.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. The type of feedback that I have received so far has been mostly around the closure of Lakeview Elementary, as I'm sure you hear a lot of that feedback as well. So my question is, if you can tell us about any alternatives that have been explored that would preserve an elementary school within Robbinsdale city limits.
So as you saw on there are 4 elementaries being considered, and we shared with the board at a previous meeting, here are the combinations of buildings that 2 of these 4 and then 2 of these 4. And I think that slide about trade-offs really is the consideration in all of this. Dr. McDowell talked earlier about the size of each building. So of the 4 that are on the docket, Lakeview is the smallest with 35 classrooms. 2 of those buildings have 36 classrooms. 1 has 26 classrooms. Correct me if I'm wrong on anything.
25 for Lakeview.
25 for Lakeview, sorry. Also, Lakeview sits on one of the smallest parcels of land. We've got 12 acres at 2 of the other buildings, and Lakeview is about 6 acres. So there are other options that we've been exploring. As Bob said, we've talked about the feasibility, the location, what it means for where students would go as we make those changes. The other thing that we've been needing to consider and want to consider is our students that receive special education services, especially in center-based programming. Both Neal and Sonneson, actually, and Noble, so 3 of the buildings that are also being considered for closure have a number of center-based programming. So we have to be sure that throughout the rest of the district, we've got plenty of room to ensure that we've got programming to meet the needs of students. So that's one of the other things that we're looking at, and that's where the capacity and the size of buildings comes into play. If you
Any other questions, Council? Jason?
Yep. I'll ask a couple questions. Thanks for presenting tonight, and thanks to the board for being there. And I'm sorry that I wasn't able to make it there in person. But you were speaking earlier about the Vision 2030, and 17,000 people were involved, and I know that became a smaller group as things went along. But I'm just wondering, do you have a sense of how many people from Robbinsdale were included in the Vision 2030 process?
I don't have that data. What I do know, because I got the question and looked at it, so we had 150 people that applied for the Reimagine Ardale Vision 2030 team. And the process that we used in selection was one of the most robust, filled with integrity I've ever seen. We did multiple anonymous screening of applicants. There were some questions that they had. One of the questions we asked about was, do you have a school that you're associated with? It might be that I worked there at some time or volunteered there at some time. It might be that I was a parent there. It might be that I taught there. And I know when I reviewed the applications, I believe there were 4 of the, what ended up being 46 that were selected that had ties to Lakeview. Again, I don't recall exactly what those were, but they mentioned in their application that. It's interesting because the question that I actually received about that was, I'm not going to cite the question exactly right, but it was kind of this notion of, were there people to advocate for us? And I think that the process, the Vision 2030 process, it wasn't about advocating. It was about a deep study of the school district, reviewing the demographics and enrollment trends, redoing a comprehensive facility assessment data, taking a look at programming, looking at this mounds of data that we got from stakeholders about what do you want for your students? Students, what do you want for your lived experience in our schools? And taking that data, sifting through that data to try to determine recommendations that would come forward as a base of that. So, yep, there were some people that had ties or self-identified ties to Lakeview. And again, the purpose of that team was not to advocate. That team also did not make any kind of recommendations about which buildings to close. They said you need to right-size the building and gave us some numbers of where they believe, based on the enrollment trends, how many buildings we should be operating.
Great, thank you. So I guess along with that, and just the recommendations around buildings and the research there, the slide you presented, the initial recommendation or the more general recommendation talked about the number of elementary schools and the number of middle schools and some of those large, like the more abstract, I guess, if you will, not specific buildings. But it did mention specifically only non-magnet schools. And I'm wondering if you can give some insight into like how at that level it was already determined that no magnet schools would be impacted.
The original documents that we shared included a guiding change document that we put together, which really talked about what's our current reality that we believe in, what's the desired state we want, and what are the things we're not going to do in this first short-term timeline to get to that. And one of those that the group at the time agreed upon was we aren't going to impact the elementary magnet programming as part of this. And so that became one of our guiding principles as we worked through it and started to provide the options. That's really how the magnet schools, from our administrative perspective, became not a part of the list. It was just a part of the guiding change.
And I want to clarify that was not part of the vision team's, their recommendation, and this report is fully online and has been online since they presented at the September 23rd school board meeting. Their recommendations, and I can't remember if they talked about the number of elementaries and if they said non-magnet, but that team's recommendation is to look at what's the best of our magnet programming, and can we have a vision of an arts and innovation district. Their recommendation, and again, our board hasn't even talked about beyond the initial listening to the recommendations. We haven't even gotten to that phase yet of beyond this one, what do we see in our future? But what that team recommended is to maintain Robbinsdale Immersion School because of the specific skill set that teachers need in a school, in an immersion, in a dual language school, but to not have magnets across the board, to have this notion of an arts and innovation. Because as we heard from our community members, what's important to you? What is something that Robbinsdale is doing really well? The arts was a big piece of that, and I think that innovation piece, certainly we have some operational defining to do of what that means. Is that science and engineering? What's that look like? So I just want to be sure that the vision team that was their recommendation. In terms of what Dr. McDowell said, we made that decision for this first stage.
So you mentioned earlier, just kind of keeping on the magnet topic, you'd mentioned earlier that, the difference between the IB program and magnet, that magnet doesn't have boundaries, that students can come, anywhere into the magnet schools, but that the IB program, it does have boundaries, right? Am I understanding that correctly?
So Lakeview as the IB school has an attendance it has a neighborhood attendance boundary. The other ones don't.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. From that standpoint, yes.
Okay. So I guess in my mind, it seems like there is a lot of focus on keeping the magnet schools, but correct me if I'm wrong, but those are all students who choose, or their parents choose, to send those students there. It's not like they live close to a magnet school and so they would go there because they're within the boundaries. It has nothing to do with geographic location. It's all about just that's where they want their student to go. They like that program. But that for students who are going to Lakeview, that is their boundary community school. It's based on geographic location, and that's true for any of the other elementary schools that are being considered in this process. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. The students from Lakeview would have the opportunity to choose another school. I guess the other difference would be for magnet schools is transportation is provided to magnet schools when families choose that.
Okay. And I guess the reason that I bring it up is that I'm hearing from a lot of parents and community members in general about the closure of Lakeview, similar to Councilmember Parisian. And I think that there are a couple different aspects. I guess it's just that there's only one recommendation from the administration that was presented in front of the board, which was to close Lakeview and Robbinsdale Middle School, which would leave Robbinsdale without a community school. And so I guess just from a resident perspective, they're sharing that they have major concerns that there will be no community school in Robbinsdale. I know that impacts us from a city perspective. I guess, can you just share like more detail as to, you know, very recently there were multiple options that didn't just include Lakeview, and now it feels as though the administration is making this recommendation. And I guess with that answer, can you also maybe recommend like what you would say to Robbinsdale residents and to families that feel like Robbinsdale wasn't given equal consideration in getting to this recommendation that only includes Robbinsdale schools, community schools? Or I guess maybe it includes other buildings and other schools. I guess it leaves Robbinsdale as the only city without a community school.
So I recognize how difficult this is. Y'all are hearing from residents of Lakeview, as am I, as is our school board. We're also hearing from the community of Sonneson and the community of Neal and the community of Noble. And here's the good news. People love their schools. Like in all of this, that is the good news. Again, what Dr. McDowell started this conversation was the primary and secondary criteria that we used in this analysis. And looking at capacity, looking at location, looking at all of those many variables, our job, and I take no delight in this, our job is to bring forward information to the school board and recommendations. Our job is to answer their questions and bring additional information to them and additional options, which we did. We reviewed multiple other options. We're going to do that again at the request of board members on Monday night. In none of that additional vetting was there anything based on the criteria that we established that led us to provide a different recommendation. And I'm not saying that as somebody without a heart. I understand what this means to the Lakeview community, just like I understand what it means to the other communities that are in consideration of closure as well.
I appreciate. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. The other thing I would note, and I understand it's not an elementary school, but Robbinsdale, in our recommendation, and the administrative recommendation, would not be left without a school. It would be the home of Highview and our virtual academy and district offices. I recognize it's not the same.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess from our perspective, that's so much different than a community school. That's a district school, right? Those are district resources, not community. And so I guess, I get that there are tough decisions that are being made here and that you're in a really tough financial position. But I think it's also worth noting that Robbinsdale is a unique place. It's not the same as a lot of the other suburbs around. We're very much connected as a community through our historic downtown, through all the parks that we have, and through our community schools. So it's like our neighbors know one another, they're connected to one another, and Lakeview is part of that connection. So I understand you're making this financial decision, but I think it's different than some of the choices that you're making. I recognize that everybody feels strongly about their school community, but I think the way that Robbinsdale residents feel about Lakeview and the connection that brings to our city, the options to young families to have a community school, it is different than in other suburbs that have different footprints, that have more resources. And so I guess it feels like, from our perspective, and I hear this from residents, that the district is pulling resources away from Robbinsdale. And I guess I'm just looking for guidance on how to explain to our residents that we've exhausted every option to put resources into Lakeview as a community school that supports Robbinsdale and uplifts our community.
I understand your perspective 100%. And, you know, I think the other very unique thing about Robbinsdale area schools is that we serve 7 cities, 7 municipalities. We don't have a school in Brooklyn Park. So that's one of the cities that we serve, and we don't have a school there. But I think that is certainly a factor that makes things difficult, is I 100% recognize where you're all coming from, and I am happy to be here as long as you want us here to answer questions. Again, it's a small school. It's on small acreage. It doesn't mean it's less important. It doesn't mean we're trying to do something to negatively impact Robbinsdale at all. We are in statutory operating debt, having to make some very, very, very difficult decisions. We're going to have to make difficult decisions again next year. And I know part of what we have to also navigate, which is one of the reasons I'm grateful that we were invited here tonight, is community. And how do we keep people with us during this storm to come out the other side? As the question you asked, this sounds kind of dire right now. Yeah, it's challenging right now. And I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe we couldn't get to a better place as a district.
Council, anything else? Yeah. Councilmember Parisi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I recognize that the City Council, a lot of the scope of our work has to do with land use. And so when you're talking about Lakeview as a parcel, my first question, maybe a tough question, if Lakeview becomes an administrative site, how long before that parcel would be considered for, or reconsidered rather, for redevelopment?
Yeah, that hasn't even been in any conversation.
Okay.
In any conversation.
Okay. And then a follow-up question, given the playground and the field, and if this does become an administrative site, then what's the district's commitment to maintaining the field and the playground and other public amenities on that land?
Well, I think part of the what would happen there is it won't just be an administrative site. So the Highview, there's 200 and some Highview students that attend Highview, and so they would be in this option. They would be located at that site as well, and so part of that would be utilizing that space for those students and what their needs are, depending upon how programming would go and how we would configure that. I don't know that we would maintain or not maintain the elementary playground as is. We haven't gotten that far down into the planning with regard to that site.
Yeah. Thank you.
Black Touch, yeah.
I just want to say, hey, thank you for your time and being present. I think it does mean a lot that you all took time to come out and talk to us today, as well as the federal board members who are also here today listening. I know this isn't a decision-making process today by any means, and you're providing information for us and answering questions that I think really good questions that our council members have as well too. And it's appreciate that, and knowing at the end of the day, decisions have to be made, and you don't take them lightly. I think we recognize that. And I always want to echo that I don't think any school decision to close or any changes or transitions that happen are taken lightly in this situation. So thank you for being considerate of all that, and just recognize that this isn't easy for anyone. So thank you for listening to us today, and I'll just continue to urge our community to reach out, connect with your board members as well too, and you have two other opportunities. Well, one other opportunity to connect and make sure that your voice is heard. So continue to do that.
Wagner, do you have something?
I didn't have any other questions, but I guess just from like a resident perspective and as like my own individual voice up here, because we all have differing opinions on this. One, I appreciate the circumstance that you all are in. I know some of the higher level administrative staff are new, relatively new, and you didn't, this is not the, you kind of stepped into something that you are now responsible for dealing with. And so I definitely commend you taking it on and how stressful that can be. But with that said, I guess just, as my individual opinion, I don't know if I'll be at the public hearing. I don't think you should close Lakeview. I'll just say that. I think it's important for us to have a community school in the Robbinsdale School District in Robbinsdale for that very simple reason, and also for the all the students that it'll affect. But so that's my take on it, but that's just me individually. I just want to clarify it's not a council position.
So can I say something else? Or are you done, Aaron? I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Wagner. So I guess with that in mind, just the timing of this, I know you laid out your overall timeline, but I have heard a lot of feedback, and I would agree with it too, that getting to this final recommendation happened. It just seems like, I mean, I asked about it earlier, but it does seem like that piece of it happened. I mean, obviously there's been a transparent process and there's been a lot of thought and work that has gone into this, and I don't discount any of that. But within, a very short period of time, there went from like several recommendations to one recommendation, and that recommendation was to close Robbinsdale Middle School and Lakeview, and the other decisions as well. But the community is feeling as though that got very rushed at the end. I know, having attended a school board meeting, that school board members communicated that they felt like they didn't have all the information that they needed. And I know that that's ongoing and you're getting more information to them. But even as a Robbinsdale City Council, we really only had one opportunity to speak about this, to have any response. There was one work session. So to me, it feels like that's something that we should have had plenty of time, but because it came down to, that it felt like there were multiple options down to one option in a very short period of time. And I guess to Aaron's point, like, we haven't as a council really had a whole lot of time. I mean, we did send a letter and we invited you from the city manager sent a letter, and I know I sent a letter, but like, we didn't even have time to really put a full response as a council together, other than to have this meeting. So I think that's something to think about as far as the timeline. I understand you have the January deadline from a state perspective, but this is a really consequential decision. And I do feel like, and I guess one thing that I've heard from residents as well is that it still feels like there's other options out there, that the school board is asking for other options, that there's other suggestions and other recommendations, and there's other ways to slice this, so that it does feel there is a perception, and I guess I agree with that from residents, that it does feel very rushed, and to that point that even as a city council, we haven't really had a lot of time to come up with a response.
So it's easy to be critical of processes. I understand that. And again, I think that first slide we showed you, there have been multiple meetings. We've added 3 study sessions to the board calendar. I think at the end of the day, and you're right, there are other options. There are other options. We've presented other options. We've talked about the trade-offs with those options. And as I've told the board, my job is to come forward with what we believe are the best recommendations. And that's what I'm hired to do. The board does not have to accept those recommendations. And like I said, they've requested that we come back with additional options, which we'll do on December 8th to make sure that that's my concern. My concern is that our school board has all of the information that they need. That's my job. to make sure that they can make some really difficult decisions. I'm also certain, even if we had spent the last year on this conversation, I don't know, honestly, that it would be that different right now. Whichever buildings were being named for closure, this is the pain, this is the perception, this is the feeling, this is the experience that we would be hearing. And I'm grateful to be here this evening, and I want to remind you that there's 3 other elementary buildings that are on the same closure document, and those communities are also feeling an incredible sense of grief and loss and anxiety around what's happening. So I don't want you to think that we are leading without empathy. It's incredibly challenging, and I respect and understand your position. And as I've heard tonight, I think you respect and understand where we're at. Mm-hmm. And to the point, we've got Monday night will be important for our board to have a robust conversation based on additional information that we bring forward. There are options. There is not just one way forward. We know that. Our job is to bring forward a recommendation that fits all of the criteria that we had established.
Thank you for that feedback, and I really appreciate it. I guess one other thing that I would say, in addition, just as far as the community and those schools themselves. So I do appreciate that there is an outpouring for any school that's being considered for closure, but if it was just that piece, I do feel like you would also see that type of outpouring for Robbinsdale Middle School. And it's not to say that people haven't shared that they want that to stay open as well. But if it was around like just somebody losing their school and that being the only issue, I think you would see that for Robbinsdale Middle as well. But I think that the case has been made in a way that people understand why Robbinsdale Middle School is on the list. And in whatever way, again, I think it's just pointing it out that they feel like that makes sense, but that the way that the decision was made on Lakeview doesn't feel the same. So again, I definitely appreciate the tough spot that the district is in. And again, we don't have jurisdiction over the school district, but because we share a name and because we're accessible, a lot of residents reach out. And I can just tell you that the feedback that I'm receiving on Lakeview is much different than anything that I'm hearing on Robbinsdale Middle School. So it isn't just that the community is upset because of building or because a school is being closed.
Any other questions, comments, council? All right, well, I'll end as well with my 2 cents. And like the council here, I have received many emails, and most of which have been about Lakeview. I've listened to everybody with your questions and your responses. Again, super appreciate the difficult situation you're in and appreciate you coming up here to talk to us. I'd love to see more partnership with the school board between our cities. Our responsibility is to the community, as you can imagine, and your responsibility is to your communities that you serve. And we've heard tonight that, Lakeview is, by the numbers, a candidate to be closed. But there's things that it's difficult to quantify, right? Like dignity, self-belonging, respect, reputation. And that's the part that we are feeling in Robbinsdale, that we're losing a part of our soul when a public school leaves the community, and then we're left in, like Jason said, we're the Robbinsdale School District without a public school in Robbinsdale. Don't expect you to give me an answer, but I would love it if you guys would just consider this is detrimental to Robbinsdale. This hurts our community. I know it looks good on the balance book, on the balance sheet, but it hurts our community, and it has an impact. I would love you guys to consider that as you go forward. I do appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next on the hit parade, we've got the 2026 final levy presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, as Mr. Tahoon makes his way up to set up his presentation here for your final levy, lay the groundwork here just a bit. You as a council really began this process as we do what we call our top goals and priorities session. This year we hosted that in February. From there, as we get into summertime, staff starts to put pen to paper, sharing out forecasts for the upcoming year. Our, of course, operating annual is January 1 through December 31. So we are required by statute to establish a preliminary or not to exceed budget by the end of September. Again, staff presented to you in July and August a couple of higher levels, some over 10% originally. And what council ultimately went forward with in September was an 8% increase year to year, 25 to 26. So I share that in part. That's what was shared out for notices that went to individuals from the county here recently, mid-late November, as statements came out. During that time, between the end of September and here tonight, what you're potentially about to approve, additional trimming was done. This levy increase was reduced down to 7.5%. And there was additional removal of some, in particular, funds towards debt servicing, or where we sometimes take additional debt on, both by way of forecasting conservatively and doing some predicting by way of thinking in terms of full-time employees, turnover, maybe some positions won't be filled. It looks like they're getting close.
Maybe some technical difficulties.
I'm gonna see this. Yeah, turn on up there. There's that tape.
Is Jason back now?
Nice. It's a little trippy, but it's not there.
I forgot my 3D glasses.
Yeah, I'm on the screen.
If you go forward one, does it?
Not clear.
Is that coming up okay? Right?
It's like a loose connection or something.
Like a physical cable
That's
connection.
what I think, yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council Member. We are here for the 2026 General Fund and Debt Service Levy presentation. We'll go through the agenda for some definition, 2026 budget feature, quick overview, and budget request. For estimated market value, simply what assessor will see in the previous year, the market value that getting sold to setting the estimated value for a property. There is homestead, which is any house below the $517 and $200. We exclude certain portion out of it. And this is also for the Green Acre program and disabled veteran exclusion as well. Taxable net capacity, taxing jurisdiction. Taxable net capacity is the total tax capacity for all property within district except the TAF, which is the tax increment financing. Levy is mainly the deficit, city resources, where the expenditure to fund the balance will need the tax levy. Physical disparity, it's revenue sharing programs that apply to city and Twin City metro area and Iron Range. So this is moving millions of dollars of property tax base between commercial and the metro. Some city and county get benefits, some it's hurt. For the side of Robbinsdale, it's good for us that we mainly get money for the physical disparity. The main feature for the 2026, we still continue our current service level. We will need to use a certain portion of reserve. In September, we were planning to add one full-time position, but because of the council trying to lower the general fund levy, we decided to remove this position. Quick overview for the general fund revenue. Proposed general fund levy increase of $712,872. The net general fund property tax levy proposed an increase of 7.5% instead of 8% in September. Debt service levy increased for road construction and other equipment purchased by 42%. HR levy increased by less than 2%. As I mentioned, we removed the full-time position and no significant capital request included. Revenue highlight, projected revenue increase of 4.4%, which is $639,566 of a total of $15,322,691. and $691. Local government aid, there is an increase of $9,800. Franchise fees, we estimated it will be $465,000, which will be average of the last 5 years, split between the general fund and capital fund. For fine, we expect it will be around less than $128,000. Permit is based on the average of last 5 years. We're planning 200 transfer from capital fund reimbursement for engineering staff time, 50,000 transfer from solid waste for code enforcement activity, 50,000 transfer from a combination of liquor and license center for general fund. If we look for this graph here, for the pie here, we will see that city mainly depend on the property tax, about 61%. The second major source of income for the city is inter-government aid that we get. Permit is less than 4%, same for the charge. Franchise fee is like 1%. So the property tax levy for 2026, the general fund levy of $10,217,825. We have a list of levies starting of 2017 up to 2025, and the HR levy is $339,881. This is another graph between the relation between the general and debt service. Local government aid, as I mentioned, we get an increase of 9,000 compared to 2025. For general fund expenditure, there will be 15,841,846, which is increase of less than 5%, or 702,669 increase from 2025 budget. Budget include allowance for cost of living and other compensation adjustment. Internal service fund charge kind of consistent for the last 5 years. Large capital purchase will need to be financed with capital note use of or use of reserve or defer. For the expenditure, public safety, around 57% of the city expenditure. Recreation, less than 6%. Public work account for less than 26%, and general government less than 8%. If we look more, that labor cost is kind of handling about 68% of the budget. Other charge and service about less than 29%, and supplies 3%. We are planning to use $566,227 from the city reserve in order to lower the tax levy. General fund reserve at end of 2026 will be less than $8 million, which will be estimated to be less than 50% of proposed general fund expenditure. Tax impact, 2026 tax levy impact before physical disparity is 11.45, change from 2025 levy. Total physical disparity allocation decrease and equal adjustment by 17.69. The net spread levy impact, including physical disparity, is 29.44. The tax levy impact over the last 6 years in the home is around $770. In average, $128 per year. For the residential property tax dollar, less than 40% go for the city, 26% to the county, and 29% to the school district, and less than 6% to other. For the commercial property, 27% go to the physical disparity, less than 16% to the county, city share is 24%, and state is less than 14%. Percent of tax levy paid by property, residential, since city of Robbinsdale is mainly for residential houses, they account for more than 80% of the tax income. apartment start increase was TAF projects that we had, so it's account for 12%, and commercial industrial less than 6%. Conclusion, provide for public comment for the 2026 tax levy and budget. The final property tax levy and budget may be set an amount lower than those shown in truth and taxation that we sent, which was 8% at that time. Question?
Thank you, Dia. Council, any questions? Councilmember Parisi.
Thank you, Dia. I actually don't have any questions at this time, but I did want to thank you for the presentation. I do look forward to the public hearings coming up next, and I'm sure that myself and my fellow council members will have more thoughts to share as we get to the vote on the budget. But I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation and for a lot of the work that you've done throughout the year on this budget and in years past. So just wanted to acknowledge that and thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, ma'am. Anybody else?
We'll see.
Yeah, Councilmember Greenberg.
Thank you, Dia. Thank you for putting this together and all the work that goes into putting together a budget. And I know, we were trying to keep it manageable for residents, and so I appreciate all the work that went into that. One question that I did have on slide 20, the tax impact. There's a lot of numbers in there and a lot of statements, and I guess if you could just kind of summarize, it's like you're talking about net spread levy impact with fiscal disparities, without fiscal disparities. Can you just summarize that slide in a way that like an average resident can understand? It's a lot of jargon in there, and it didn't make a lot of sense to me, so I figured I should ask on behalf of residents as well.
So basically, like, it's kind of, what if there is no physical disparities? This was the whole. If there is no physical disparity, how it was the effect for the resident? This was the first line. Then second line, with the allocation, we were able to lower this percentage by less than 18% when we. As I mentioned, that some city get benefit from physical disparity, some they get hurt. For us, since for the size of the city, it was beneficial for us, and the city is basically more residential, so our chances higher that we will have some share of the physical disparity allocation. So end of this, like we saying, in average for the last 6 years with having physical disparity, the average increase is per year is $128, which is $770 for the last 6 years, which is kind of helping the resident kind of mainly to lower the impact of the tax levy.
So I understand correctly, you're saying that the tax burden on average for a home is they're saving $128 a year.
Yes.
That's the tax impact.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And then I guess just in general, again, I think a lot of work went into making this budget work with, as limited an increase as we can. But looking forward, noticing the amount of property tax, I'm hoping we can find ways to be more creative. I know that we put a lot of thought and effort into being creative and to being efficient and utilizing our resources effectively. But the burden on homeowners and property taxes, it's like anything we can do to lower that. I get that the number itself might not shrink what we need to keep services up, but like if there's anything we can do as we look forward and as we get ready for next year to find ways to lower that amount, the burden on homeowners and residents in general, business owners, property taxpayers.
As I mentioned, we are using reserve, which is kind of risky approach, especially like police department will be close to be fully staffed soon.
Mm-hmm.
With the state of the market, inflation, other challenge we are facing, this is even like hiring is kind of challenge because it's a small pool at the end. Certain position, even like in finance department, it took like a year to able to fill it. So it's kind of some challenge for hiring and filling vacant position. So we'll try our best.
No, I absolutely appreciate that. And I'll offer up myself. If there's any ways I can be involved early on in the process to maybe come up with some other creative ideas and ways to generate revenue and ways to bring more into Robbinsdale that isn't directly related to property taxes, I'm all on board for that.
Hey, thanks, Jason. Tim, do you have perspective?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. A couple things I want to add on to Mr. Toon's comments. As is called out, the city of Robbinsdale is very reliant on LGA, or local government aid, and fiscal disparities. Local government aid, for those not familiar, is a formula established by the state. They allocate a certain pool of funds, and whatever that is divided out to cities per their algorithm. We benefit from that greatly. In good years, that's great. That provides a lot of relief. In tight years, as was mentioned in this, we saw a $9,000 increase, which essentially is flat. And in year-to-year flat really is a reduction. Similarly, those not familiar with fiscal disparities, it's a local jurisdictions essentially pool certain growth in commercial, industrial, in other areas. So in a built-out city like Robbinsdale, we just don't have that type of opportunity. We benefit from our neighbors doing that. I share that, some of our neighbors are maybe jealous in the amount that we collect from those funds, in that some collect zero. So we're in the millions. We're reliant on that. Again, recognizing that is important, not in a year-to-year, this snapshot in time, but if things are flat or if there is a reduction, that's a significant detriment. To a couple other points, it's without growing staff, the biggest expense year to year for the city operations is personnel. You can see some of the department breakouts, public safety, just by number of persons that are employed in the public safety departments, make up a bulk of that. You'll recall in 2024, the city went through a class and comp study to ensure that, we're not ahead of the curve, but we're, in the median, that we're in the average. The city was seeing some issues with recruitment and retention, and that investment, is it's catching up to us. So 25, there was some implementation, but both for COLAs and steps into 26, some of the biggest pieces to your budget going forward are personnel. So wanted to call out those few things as highlights, and certainly we'll be happy to answer more questions, comments, concerns as we get to your actionable item later in the agenda.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay. I know we're going to talk about this again, so thank you, Dia. Okay, well, let's move on to the first of three public hearings here we're going to do in a row. So the first one is a public hearing on proposed water, sanitary, sewer, stormwater, solid waste, and street light rate increase.
So for utility fund, we have several rate study done in 2017, 2020, and 2022. We're trying to follow, especially with major investment in infrastructure for water treatment plant, water tower 1, water tower 2, which should come next year. To how our rate is going, we try as much to lower it to a reasonable amount as much as possible. We'll go through the analysis. Like for water rate, we propose an increase of 5%. So for instead of current rate is 8.82 per 1,000 gallon, it will go to 9.26. Capital surcharge, instead of $1.63, it will go to 1.71. fixed charge will go from 16.05 per month to 16.85. That's increase of $1.32 per month. We implement water tiers in order to preserve the water. So we have 4 tiers. The first one up to 12,000, second one up to 26, the third one up to 40,000 gallon, and last one over 40,000. Irrigation, we have 2 tiers, which will be going less than 20,000. It will go from 1529 to 1605. For tier 2 over 20,000, it will go from 2237 to 2349. For sanitary sewer, we are going 2% increase, so it will go from 7.89 to 8.05, and the fixed charge will go from 13.67 to 13.94, which is 43 cents. For storm sewer, we are going by 1% increase, so current 114 and 43 cents, it will go to 115 and 58 cents, which is an increase of $1.35 per month. For solid waste, we are going by 4% increase, and organic as well, 4%. So right now for organic, we will go from 3.5 per month for residential to $4.37. If our participation is less than 1,300, and currently our participation is around 1,061 participant. For street light, we will go 5% increase, so it will go from $1.98 to $2.08. So we anticipate the whole change will end and increase the utility bill of $14.94. For ECH, roughly like 50% of the city residents are consuming the ECH. We try to keep it as free, while the provider, what we have now in Voice Cloud, they charge us, but we try to at least have something free. We implemented, starting at 25, that ACH will be free of charge service, while any card payment, whoever will do it, now he will get the burden. This was able to save the city $38,000. We had for solid waste a contract that it was signed after last year meeting with Republic instead of Waste Management, which had the previous. So we are going by the new rate of Republic. Organic, kind of we increase it. Estimating, we're trying to keep as much, helping the resident to maintain in the first tier for the organic. And I'm here for a question.
Council, any questions? I had one on the organic increase, and I'm sorry I missed this previously, but so that's a Hennepin County mandated program.
Yes.
Right? Like there is no, can't do it. You're doing it whether you like it or not, right? Tim?
Mr. Mayor, Council, I think what you're referring to, Hennepin County has an ordinance that requires any municipality offering collection of organics let me start over. The state statute established in the 1970s, 1980s that recyclable materials need to be made available in a collection universally to municipalities that offer that service. Hennepin County later, I think it was 2017 or 2018, issued an ordinance that said all municipalities within Hennepin County need to offer organics collection. The MPCA alerted us about 2 years ago that said organics are now considered a part of recyclables. So cities are required to collect organics, and everybody's required, or nobody can be charged more than another, whether you participate or not. So between statute and the Hennepin County interpretation from the MPCA, we're required to have this service available, and nobody can be charged at a different rate whether you participate or not.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you, Tim. Any other questions, Council?
Mr. Mayor, Council, if there's no immediate questions from Council, staff's recommendation is to hold the public hearing. As a part of the public hearing, staff will certainly take down questions, comments issued to Council. As the public hearing closes, we'll be happy to offer a summary set of responses, but we'll start with any priorities from Council. And if anything is missed, certainly Council can take notes along the way, and we'll address them in order.
Right. Is there a motion to?
Yeah, a motion that we hold the public hearing on proposed water, sanitary sewer, storm sewer, solid waste, and streetlight rates increases.
Second.
All right, can I get a roll call vote, Chase?
Councilmember Blackledge,
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg,
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian,
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner,
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Okay, the floor is open.
Hello, Ken Jamboys, 45th and Grimes in Robbinsdale. You need to fix this audio system in here. It's not very good. You can't hear anything out here, so. I just have a question on my property taxes for City of Robbinsdale. They've gone up $297 from last year to this year. Looks like we don't have a zero budget for Robbinsdale because there's $7 million still in the reserves. If we could spend more money from the reserves to help the residents out for the property tax, I'm still going to spend $297, and then that doesn't include my franchise fee that I have to pay on top of that for increases for the city. So I've been a 30-year resident. I'm retired now, so I'm living on a fixed budget, and for me to jump this much is just kind of outrageous. I wish you guys could get a better budget, get a better handle on the budget, so it doesn't increase so much for myself and for other residents. The $7 million in reserve, is there a bylaw that says how much the city has to keep for a reserve? If not, they should go use the whole reserve. It's just frustrating that a 30-year resident and things keep going up. 2008 they took a dive, but everybody else took a dive too. Shame on me for not being here in April when I was out of the country because my assessed value went up $22,000, and I didn't even do any changes to my house. I talked to the assessor, and he's like, well, Ken, everything gets changed because the house that's sold in your neighborhood. Well, shame on me for being out of town and not getting a recommendation to come in and look at my house. But as a city council and the mayor, I'd appreciate if you guys would look at trying to get a better balanced budget here before the closing, because as residents, I'm a 30-year resident. I love the city, but taxes just keep going up and up and up. I know we're not hiring anybody, but look at some other aspects. Maybe cut one police officer, cut some other expenses, cut some changes that are put them down the road to fix the roads down the road instead of this year. But the 14% for me to go up is just a lot. And like I said, so I'd appreciate any effort the council and the mayor would do to reduce the property taxes for us residents of the city of Robbinsdale. Thank you.
Yeah, Tim, would you hum a few bars?
Mr. Mayor, Council, I just want to clarify the current public hearing is specific to utilities. I'll be happy to respond to a couple items to the general levy, but just so there's no confusion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tim. Thank you. Any other comments about the utilities?
Good evening. My name is Kelly Goski, and I'm on 41st and Beard. Been here 20 years. I was on the other side of the drive for 15. I pulled my utility bill from exactly 8 years ago, okay? And so my utility bill for water, sewer, wastewater, et cetera, has gone up 120%. The water portion has tripled. The amount of money that we spend on utilities is insane. We all know, you can look at other cities within the 7-county metro, and we're among the highest. And I understand that we built a water treatment plant. I also understand that at some point along the way, and you weren't all in office, we could have hooked up to city water out of Minneapolis, and we didn't. My overall view on what's happening in Robbinsdale is that there are vanity projects. The amount of money we're spending on park redesign, we're not Maple Grove, we're not going to have Central Park in Sanborn. I've been coming to meetings, I certainly follow along. I appreciate my ward rep, Mr. Greenberg. Hi. But you know, we really are, like, you're pricing us out. I just retired, and I have been in the north side and the Robbinsdale area for 65 years. And I'm ready. And my block has seen turnover at 50%. That's one block. The idea of not having schools, the idea of having, you know, and I'm all for park systems. But we're a community park. And I know that, you know, I've heard things said about parks, and, you know, I see what's happening at Sanborn, and we have to deal with infrastructure. I paid a lot in assessments on an alley. I paid a lot in assessments on all the road reconstruction in front of my house when I first moved in. But we are just at a limit. You know, you're pricing us out. Tiny community. We're not Maple Grove. We don't have the tax base. We don't have the business base. We have to get the cost under control. And these utility bills, and again, I just pulled it from 8 years ago. If I go back to 20 and I save all my paper, you know, what are we going to do? So I hope you'll all take into consideration, and I appreciate the reserve question, because, you know, we don't all have a great big fat reserve to operate from. We can't just go in and draw from, you know, $25,000 in our bank account when things get tough. And so while I don't normally quote our administration, it's about affordability. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Hello, my name is Ryan Letty. I'm live on Chowan, just down the road here. Moved into the area in 2023. Grew up in Plymouth, not far from here. Just kind of piggybacking on the water and the utilities. I lived in Long Lake, Orono area for 20 years prior to moving here in 2023. And my water bills on average were about half of what I pay here in Robbinsdale. Just to throw out some numbers, water in the city of New Hope on average with 12,000 gallons is $11.92. In Crystal, it's $19.32. In Robbinsdale, it's $32.10. Sewer in New Hope, $10.92. Crystal, $16.39. Robbinsdale, $27.34. Storm drain, New Hope, $10.28. Crystal, $23.04. Robbinsdale, $41.20. So I guess what I would like as we're going forward through this hearing is some justification and us paying 3 times the amount of New Hope. I've only been here a short time. I grew up in Plymouth, right down the road. I went to Armstrong High School, I went to Plymouth Middle School, I went to Zachary Lane Elementary School. I've been in this area my whole life. And we love it here. We love the city. We love the environment. We love the downtown area and the restaurants and everything that we have here. But as was stated earlier, literally getting priced out of this area. With the property taxes and the utilities, it's becoming unaffordable. And I feel like a city like Robbinsdale should not be that. It's one of the reasons that we moved from the Long Lake Orono area to this area, because it just served us better. And it is quickly turning on us with that decision, and I'm very hopeful that we can try and figure out something with these utilities, because people, my kids are adults, I'm older, I can't imagine being a young family trying to pay these utilities in this area. So that's all I had to say. I just wanted to throw that information out, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ryan.
Council, Jeff Pouliot, I live on 29th and Ewing. The good news is, if you can't afford your water, you can still sleep in the park.
Peggy Green, 3842 Regent Avenue North. I've been in the city for 30 years. I've worked for the city also, and I can't afford. Every time I turn my water on, I have to pay attention to how long I'm running it. I'm retired. I have a fixed income. I planned on retiring here and staying here for the rest of my life. I have to sell my home now. You guys, our schools are closing. I mean, stop spending money if we don't have it. I mean, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy.
James Brown, 34th in Indiana. I'm not worried about the water bills. I'm very fortunate to have business here in 35 years as a master plumber. I know Richard McCoy back there, so I'm not going to say any names. I know all the police. The problem is that you guys up there, especially Mr. Wagner in my ward, 4th Ward, I'm in the ghetto over by North Memorial. You don't call, you don't email, you don't come to a national night out. It's sickening. I call the police. John Elder is a good friend of mine. I've known him for 40 years. They don't come, so I have to call 911. I have conceal and carry permit, so I'm not afraid to use the stuff. I've got other means of ammunition, burner, tasers. So when I call Hennepin County, the guy always comes down, walking down, looking for, packages, UPS and Amazon. Now they're stealing off the porch. So I got a guy the other night, and that's a different story. But anyway, you guys are spending way too much money. You got Public Works. I deal with Josh over there as a plumber. I'm on the Public Works guys all the time, and they come out with brand new trucks. We don't need brand new trucks. We 14,000 people in this city, and we need to take care of the residents, And I go all over the city, and I tell people, Minneapolis, to be honest with you, don't come to Robbinsdale. There's nothing here for you. What about the restaurants? You got Travail, beautiful places, but no one in the family can find $500 meals, I've tried calling commissioners and other people, planning commission, you need to do something with 81. Forget about the light rail, that's worthless. Is where the Mai Tai is, American Pressure, all those buildings over there, something needs to be done. Get rid of all that crap and put in some nice little restaurant, Perkins, stuff like that, where a regular family can go and have a nice meal. Because everybody's going to Crystal and all these other places. But as it is right now, I don't want to say too much because I'll have the cops coming down day and night, but that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Any other comments about the utilities?
My name's Joe Wilgang, 3609 York Avenue. I'm going to be speaking a little bit later about the infrastructure improvements when that topic comes up, but I did want to mention that my wife and I were a week in Arizona about 2 weeks ago, and while we were there, we tend to look at real estate and things like that. And I'd like to point out, by way of comparison, that their property taxes are perhaps a fifth of our property taxes, and they pay less for water than we do in Phoenix in the desert. Thank you.
Nick Hyde, 3931 Perry. I just have a thought. I know there's PFAS settlement funds coming from MPCA, I think, at some point down the line. And I don't remember or recall how much money that is, but we could use it to invest in people's reverse osmosis inside the home that might, reduce PFAS exposure. I'm thinking of creative ways to use that money to actually support the people instead of Like I'm thinking of more expensive, like at the water treatment plant remediation projects that money might be needed for. So I'm just trying to think outside the box of other money that's coming in that's going directly for water usage that we could to potentially reduce the burden on the residents. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you, Nick.
Evening, Kylie Bailey. I'm just north of Sanborn. Just want to reiterate, as a family with a young child, not only are these, like, what we pay in utilities is astronomical. And I have been here since 21, and just my utility bill has gone from 200 to like 350. That's insane. For what we get out of it, I can't even fathom. But on top of that, hearing the conversation with the school district, I have zero incentive to remain here. So I am looking for some reason to stay and not sell my home, because I really like Robbinsdale. But like, this is just, what is happening? And granted, there's a lot of things happening, but like, we need some incentive to stay, because it's, I think, exodus level.
Thank you, Heidi. Comments on the utilities? I'm sorry. Any other comments on the utilities? Council, any?
Mayor, seeing nobody else, I will move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Chase, can I get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Blackledge?
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg?
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian?
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner?
Aye.
Mayor Sutton?
Aye. Okay, any comments before waive the reading? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, members of the public and residents, for coming out and saying what's on your mind. I mean, I completely agree. I mean, I'm paying these water bills too, and I think addressing the concerns of justification, and this is just my take as a person that works in IT full time and is doing this on the side. So this is informed by that lens, right? Living in Robbinsdale for 8 years. But from what I can tell, I think the price of these things really stems from past decisions to be on an independent water supply, right? There was a comment about hooking up to a different municipality's water service, and that certainly was an option at one point. And now we've had infrastructure investments, water treatment facility, new water tower. We're trying to get caught up with stormwater infrastructure updates as well as other infrastructure, and I'm getting a lot of feedback, so I apologize. So that's, in my mind, how the high level of utility rates is kind of translated into like a material reality. So we've already, the water treatment facility was built, decisions that took a long time to make and decide on from the past. Water tower, new, all these things took bonding, which is kind of like a loan for the city, and we have to pay those back. So the unfortunate reality in my mind is that we've kind of paying for decisions that a lot of us, I think none of us up here made, but I do want to say that I still support, having updated infrastructure, having those new amenities, but I totally hear you, and I think we should do a better job and going forward working with staff to say, like, maybe we don't need X, Y, and Z, right? Because we've gotten a good foot in the door with our latest and greatest, but maybe it's time to rethink it going forward. But in the meantime, in the moment that we're in right now, we do have all of these bills we have to pay, and I hate to have to again, increase the utility rate. It's just so if we can just keep that discussion going as a council, I think that's really obviously important to a lot of people. But anyway, I'm just rambling at this point. That's kind of where my mind is at with the discussion tonight. But I appreciate all the feedback.
Thank you, Aaron. Any other comments from the council? Yes, Councilmember Parisian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Wagner. To add to some of those thoughts, first of all, thanks for all of the feedback, for those of you for being here, acknowledging that you're also here on a Tuesday, sitting through maybe a presentation with the school that you didn't intend to come for, so you stuck around and got up in front of a room, in front of a council, and shared your thoughts. So appreciate you for being here with that. And in terms of feeling the strain of rising costs, I can feel that alongside you. And it is a tough position to be in, to make these decisions, and they're not made lightly. With solution in mind for the future, so adding on to what Councilmember Wagner was talking about, how we can move forward with future conversations. It sounds like, Dia, you had mentioned that the utility funds were reviewed back in 2017, 2020, 2022, and then you did mention that will it be reviewed again next year? Is that correct?
Yes. This is the plan.
Okay, great. I think if I can give some feedback for what I would like to see as an outcome from that study, either through that study or in addition to a study of that scope, I would also like to see some exploration in a few different areas. One of them would be around the justification for why commercial tiered rates are not deemed appropriate for the city. I know that was mentioned, but I'm interested to learn more about any potential solutions in that space. Also, with the North Memorial rates, with North Memorial coming online to our water, I would love to explore some equity questions related to the hospital coming online to our water, and potentially a cost of service analysis with supporting their discounted rate. And then in addition to that, so some folks who came forward tonight to share that they are on a fixed income, and I would like to explore any neighboring cities or comparable cities that have programs for affordability or low income assistance programs for those populations on seniors on fixed incomes, et cetera. And then in addition, what kind of hardship provisions that might be able to exist in that program. And then finally, I think something that we have heard a lot of acknowledgement of is the increase over time. And I would like to, through that study again, better understand how those increases in, say, the last 5 years or so, maybe more, how that matches or compare to rather the average median income for a household. I think that type of information would be helpful to learn about, again, either through that study next year or in addition to that. So those are some areas that I've heard in feedback tonight and throughout the year, and just wanted to offer some feedback on potential solutions, and like Councilmember Wagner said, to continue this discussion. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Jason, I'm looking at you. Do you have anything that you want to add? You don't have to, but you're right here in front of me.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I think the council, we've had discussions about this and asked a lot of similar questions that we're hearing from the community tonight. And I've definitely heard feedback before tonight from the community about utility rates. And I will say, like, some of the responses that we've gotten is that there is a lot of old infrastructure in Robbinsdale that needs to be updated. And are there, are there ways to be more efficient about it? We want to be as efficient as possible. And I think, the council tries to hold staff accountable on being efficient, but there are trade-offs there. And some of these projects are expensive, and I will say thank you to all of the people who showed up to speak and who got up in front of the community to share their opinions. That's so important. And I guess just knowing we've asked those questions and the reason why some of these things are so expensive is you're balancing major projects against ongoing maintenance that has diminishing returns. So at some point, those repairs become so expensive that it makes more sense to actually do the project to replace it. So that's a lot of what we're talking about. And I know staff can answer more questions and get into more details. It's not to say that the increases are acceptable. Again, as a resident, I'm paying these increased rates too, and I feel that as well. But it is just to give you some context that it isn't as though the council hasn't given any thought to this or isn't. We're trying to find ways to be more efficient, and some of this stuff is just insurmountable. I will also say, you're at the meeting, you saw the presentation about the budget and where things come from. We don't have a lot of commercial revenue coming in, taxes from commercial businesses coming in. It's, a lot of this is focused on residents and again, it just is, there's a lot of expense. We're trying to be as efficient as possible. I think it is good to keep giving feedback and getting responses from staff to understand in detail. And I guess my point is that the council feels that as well. And we've been asking those questions, and there is a balancing act that's part of this conversation.
Thank you, Jason. Not required, but anything you want to add?
I mean, what hasn't been said, I do appreciate everybody. Is that better? Sorry. I realized everybody said they couldn't hear us. I think to the same thing, we just recognize that we appreciate you coming out and talking to us as well too. And we have our old infrastructure. And I think part of our role is to continue to make sure we can update, be fiscally responsible, and also and be mindful of that. I do understand, like I said, from everybody's point of perspective, like it's not any easier to hear that, but we are an older community as well too. And so that is something that we have to acknowledge as we move forward. And I think trying to be creative around how we can find ways in which we can subsidize. I love Mia's point, or Councilmember Parisian's point around how do we find and create programs as well in our city, our community, that we can support fellow neighbors, or finding other funds out there that might be able to exist as well too. So I think there's some ways we can be creative as we move forward, thinking about something solution oriented and being mindful around how we can support our neighbors as well as ourselves. So I think I just appreciate everybody being here and the time that you spent specifically talking about wastewater and these next steps. And yeah, we got a debt to pay back. So there we go.
Thank you, Councilmember Blackledge. I'll close it out. And yeah, I mean, I got my $330 utility bill and I hate it. I hate every time I get it. And I didn't run on this, but in the back of my mind, I was thinking, well, we'll go in there, we'll figure out what's going on with utilities. And it's rock in a hard place. And I'm encouraged to hear the council's committed to, and I know staff is too, to trying to find how do we kind of slow the roll. But it's just, the infrastructure's old. There was a big investment that was made. We're paying for that. It's difficult. And I wish I could tell you I see a path to lowering it 5% as opposed to raising it 5%. But I know every person on this council is committed to trying to figure out how do we just keep things slowly growing, not rapidly growing. And it's 5% is rapidly, but I think you get my drift. So thank you for everybody that provided your comments, and thank you, council, for providing your thoughts. Great thoughts. Thank you. So, right.
I think
Tim, yes, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, Council, would you like me to run through, there's a few items that maybe didn't get hit on specifically.
That'd be great.
That I can run through. Let's see, starting with, there was a comment 8 years ago. There was a spike. I think that was about 6 years ago, actually, as council has discussed the debt servicing for the water treatment plant and the water tower, a decision that was inherited by the current council, but to pay those funds back, one through a PFA loan, one through bonding. A big part of the dollars spent through utilities go towards that debt servicing. There was a question about connecting to Minneapolis. There was a study done during that decision-making process. At the time, the conversion was actually cheaper. We would be happy to provide that if people want to reach out to City Hall staff. We can certainly make those materials available. A couple comments about comparing to different cities. Certainly we're not in disagreement that other cities have different rates. But when people have time to have the conversation, I'm always happy to get into a little bit of the weeds. A few things, it's not even apples to oranges when we compare to our neighbors. Thinking in terms of distance from Minneapolis as the suburbs were built out, we're dealing with 100-year-old infrastructure. So as our facilities fail, as our underground things fail, that's something that's going to be experienced in our neighbors to the west in 20, 40, 60 years. So just the sheer fact that what we have underground, again, in some circumstances, 100 years old, to be aggressive to replace, that comes with a certain cost. I would also note, and again, without looking to get too far into the weeds, one of the things we discussed with the levy was the tax capacity rate. Robbinsdale currently projected just over 60% in the cities of Crystal at 65.5% and New Hope at 66%. The way they collect fees and how they're distributed, again, each city does it differently. So I'm not disputing that our rates are higher than our neighbors, but the total fees collected are again different depending on the needs of the city. A couple of other items just to call out again. I guess that was a repeat. The PFAS comment, there was a question about, I think that was in reference to the city was a recent recipient of just under 2.8 million. The state agencies have directed not just Robbinsdale, but anybody with a certain threshold of PFAS within the drinking water. We're at about 4 parts per trillion to do a certain level of understanding. So the 2.8 million is essentially research to see what mitigation can be. I'm not familiar with that being something that we can allocate directly to residents. Certainly a creative thought, but the intent of that is to set up future what we're required to do infrastructure specific to that grant funding. And then again, I guess the last comment that I had on here was from 2021 to 2025. Again, certainly agree that there was a spike when the treatment plant went online and those bonds, we had to make those first couple rounds of payments. The council's strategy was to take 2 big bites out. I think, and Dia, you can correct me, it was 30-some% back to back years.
39% in the first year, then 30% in
very significant, so over 30% years back to back. But part of that intention was to longer term, as the mayor noted, to flatten out. And then I do want to respond to Councilmember Parisian's comments. Specific to North Memorial, it remains the intention in 2026 to get connected. With that certainly comes the efficiency and, with a long-term goal to provide that service to them. And hopefully that efficiency is applied sooner than later. And again, with the affordability programs and hardship programs, staff is happy to explore those as we go into the spring of 2026.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Tim. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I will move that we waive the reading and order the adoption of the resolution establishing city water, sanitary sewer, storm sewer, solid waste, and streetlight rates in the city of Robbinsdale effective for all usage after January 1, 2026, as shown in Exhibit 1.
I'll second.
Thanks, Jason. Chase, could I get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Okay. Next up here is holding a public hearing to receive comments regarding the city's street improvement and reconstruction plan and adopt the city's street improvement and reconstruction plan.
So, during 2002, additional bonding authority outside of water referendum for street improvement and reconstruction was granted to city under Minnesota Statute Section 47558, Subdivision 3B, as Amendment Act. In order for city to issue street reconstruction bond under the Act, City must have unanimously adopt 5-year street improvement reconstruction plan. Our city, we are doing 10-year for a better long-term vision of financial planning. The proposed capital improvement plan does include issuance of street improvement bond under the Act in the calendar year 2026. Holding public hearing allow for flexibility if needed should arise to issue bond in next year. And we will have Mr. McCoy, the city engineer, who will do a presentation.
Mr. Mayor, council members, good evening. Each year we come before you around this time of the year to present our 10-year both street reconstruction program and our general capital works program. And the purpose of having the plan, I think Mr. Tahoon touched on some of the reasoning, but is to ensure the orderly and timely replacement of ageing above and below ground infrastructure. Part of the rates, the utility rates that are paid, go towards the replacing of this underground infrastructure. As has been spoken about a little bit, some of that infrastructure is already 100 years old and it will continue to age, and a lot of it is undersized. And getting to that infrastructure to replace it in a timely fashion before it starts breaking and costing the city hundreds of thousands of dollars to deal with those breaks, not to mention the inconvenience to the residents of having a loss of water for a period of time while that's taken care of, and the loss of the water and all the rest of it. So far we've been fairly lucky. We haven't had huge breaks in our system and had too many dramas, but that's not something that you really want to gamble with. You want to have a program of replacement to get to the problem before it happens. And that is why utility rates are why they are. I think the city manager gave a great example that Robbinsdale, being a first-ring suburb, is on the front edge of the wave. You're going to see the same thing happen to other cities like Crystal, like New Hope, like Plymouth, as the years go on here. The other purposes of the plan, because it does involve such a substantial expenditure of funds, and what we do is we try to follow prudent financial asset management principles as we put this plan together. It is appropriate that an opportunity for the public be made to provide comment prior to any adoption. And as Mr. Tahoon identified, holding the public hearing allows greater funding flexibility, especially when it relates to the use of bonds. You'll see that part in the bottom in the red box. That's new for this year. So for 2026, we actually have deferred a lot of major reconstruction projects because we heard the City Council say we don't want to bond again and put more burden on the residents. So we have substantially trimmed the projects for next year, and no doubt that will continue into future years, which leads to the second note in that box, which is during next year, staff will be reviewing the 10-year plan with a view to establishing a more sustainable expenditure long term. And we will do that, but that comes with the caveat that if instead of constructing 1 mile of street per year, I can only do half a mile, your chances of failure will go up as well. So that's the caveat that I put on that. So 2026 highlights. At this stage, we are planning to defer the start of construction of the Chowan and Shoreline Drive project another year, but we will complete all the design work and have additional resident consultation to make sure that the plan that we come up with meets all the requirements that addresses the concerns that residents have had down there. Same with York Avenue. That's from the south part of it, Lakeland Avenue, up to 36th Avenue. Design work and resident consultation will be done. We will not do construction next year. We will still have a road resheeting project, a mill and overlay program. That's necessary to make sure that the roads that we have reconstructed stay in reasonable condition and don't start to fail again, requiring another reconstruction. We also have the alley reconstruction program. There is an alley in the 4th Ward that really does need to be addressed. I think that's a picture of it on the left. Because those projects are, a lot of the funding for those is actually special assessments. We don't drive a hard alley reconstruction project knowing that, but honestly that alley in the 4th Ward is so bad it should be reconstructed. So other 2026 highlights, again you'll see that it's primarily design work, resident consultation, investigations such as soil borings and what have you that are listed for 2026. One project I will identify, France Avenue 31st to 33rd, preliminary investigations and design. The villas at Robbinsdale down there have got some very tall but failing wooden retaining walls. And at some stage here, they will have to do work to rectify that. It's a complex area down there. The walls are actually built on city right-of-way. And there's a storm sewer that runs through there that's corrugated metal. So we've got some money in there for next year and for the year after. We have to be ready if that property decides to invest a lot of money and do major works, we have to be ready to do our share of works at the same time. We can't let that opportunity go by. Each year we have minor programs, and some of them are listed there. Small works, sidewalk replacement. The sidewalk replacement is necessary to make sure that we don't run foul of trip hazards and what have you. We also have pedestrian ramp ADA compliance. So trying to make sure that folk who get around in wheelchairs or have some difficulties in getting around are able to get around the city without too much issue. One of the sleepers I think we have is retaining walls, especially along West Broadway. There's a lot of retaining walls that were built 80s and 90s. There's segmental block walls that are starting to show wear and failure. So we have to be ready to be replacing those in a timely fashion. Moving into years beyond, we still have Shoreline Drive, Chowan Avenue Phase 1 reconstructed for 2027. We do anticipate a 2-year construction period for that, and that's important because by the time we finish our second year, we'll be up to County Road 81, and that could potentially be when the light rail project comes through. So we have to be ready to mesh with that project should it come through. That's going to be especially important for the sanitary sewer, because we're proposing lowering the sanitary sewer so that we can take care of issues further upstream where grades of the current sanitary sewer don't meet the standards, and we need to take care of that. So we've got some other reconstruction projects in there. I feel that they will actually get shuffled around and some of them will get pushed out further based on the review of what is sustainable. We also have a bit of preliminary work to do. We always have to stay a step ahead. And Hubbard, Halifax, West Broadway, 39th, 39th and a half, Robbins Landing. That is somewhat dependent upon the light rail project as well. Getting that infrastructure in that block one away from County Road 81. We have to mesh all these projects together, so the timing of that may vary depending on what happens with light rail. And then that France Avenue 31st to 33rd stormwater reconstruction, that is the one down by the villas. Again, some preliminary investigations, going out doing some survey work and getting soil boring so that we know what we're dealing with for projects that are further down the track. 2028 shows phase 2 of Shoreline Drive. It shows some work in West Broadway into the downtown. Again, I think the streets in the downtown is something that we have to have a serious talk about with council, city council, as to how we want to do the timing of that with regard to the timing of the light rail work. We don't want to have everything shut down at once. So that will be somewhat flexible depending on where things go with light rail. Some of those other reconstructions, Lakeland 42nd, 43rd, that will link in with the light rail. And then we're starting to, Major Avenue 36 to 39th and a half is the only section of street in that part of town that hasn't been reconstructed yet. And we need to get that done, to be done in that area. 2029, County Road 9, Regent to County Road 81. We'll be working with the county and the light rail office on that. That is another very complex project. So we've got a lot of work to do between now and then. And again, depending on the affordability issue, we need to see where that sits. Again, I have the downtown streets listed. Looking at some stage, we would like to take on West Broadway north of County Road 9, which is currently County Road 8. The county's been trying to get rid of that as a county road for quite some time. Discussions seem to go back and forward, but we never really come to any final agreement. So by then, I would think we'd be wanting to do some survey and preliminary investigations with the anticipation that the city will take that road back over with funding from the county to reconstruct it. We then move into some, the Grimes, Halifax, Isle Mount, 42nd, 43rd area. And then we'd be looking to reconstruct 36th Avenue in conjunction with the City of Crystal. And we've got a sidewalk there at 35th Avenue between Beard and York. That may change too. 38th might be a better place for that. We've got a little bit of time to sort that out. 2030, looking at some areas of Regent Avenue to do preliminary investigation. Looking at reconstruction in that Grimes, Halifax, Isle Mount neighbourhood. Then starting to do investigations for France Avenue north of County Road 9. And 39th Avenue from Noble across to Scott Avenue. that will be another important connection for the bike trail to go down there. Again, different areas of town, same sorts of activities, either reconstruction or survey and preliminary investigations. Drew McNair will be a big one. That's got a very large storm sewer in it. If we wonder why storm sewer fees are going up, because this work is expensive. Into 2033, we try to lag the construction a year or two after the preliminary investigation so that we've got time to do all of the upfront work before we start any construction. The neighbourhood up there at Halifax, Grimes and 46th, that's an interesting area, very flat sewer, storm sewer and sanitary sewer. And then start to get down into the south, Zenith Avenue, and over to the west, that Yates Zane 41st area, which has a lot of water main breaks. 2034, start to construct the Drew McNair and continue survey and preliminary investigations on the west side of town. And then moving into 2035, which is the final year of this current 10-year program. We've got a mix of construction and preliminary survey and investigation. So the summary of projected expenditures as they are in this current plan. So in 2026, the program is reduced to $1.7 million. I think previously that was quite high. It would have been, I can't remember what the number was, but it was probably more like $10 million. So we've really moved a lot of expensive work out of next year in recognition that we don't want additional bonding issued for work. 2027 and 2028 have big chunks. That is more as a consequence of moving the work from this year into next year. I think what we'll do over the next 12 months is see how that can then be continued out and flattened even further. 2030, for example, we've only got $1 million worth of proposed expenditure in that year. That seems to be a pretty light year, so maybe we can smooth things out and make it more consistent. For the second 5-year stint, construction-wise, that's fairly consistent. There is a little bit of additional in 2032, but generally that's, when you're dealing with projects of the size we deal with, that is not uncommon. So council members, that is my presentation. I'll stand for questions from council, and then we would recommend holding the public hearing.
Okay. Council, any questions? Councilmember Wagner.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Richard. Are all of those, well, maybe my question is, which percentage of those projects require bonding to do? Or are there, because it seems like some of them you maybe could get away with, like you said, maybe doing a half mile or something at a time, or doing it more piecemeal. But are there any in that plan that will definitely, in your opinion, require bonding?
I think the really big projects, I think Shoreline Drive and Chowan Avenue is a likely candidate for that. The others I'm not prepared to kind of commit to yet. I think that's part of the process that I mentioned on those earlier slides, where city manager, finance director and myself need to sit down and work on something that is affordable. There may be the requirement to get some bonds, but maybe not of the extent that we've been seeing over past years. So I think a sensible approach is not only to use cash, but also to use bonds if it makes sense. I mean, these are long-term projects, so taking out funding through bonds to have it paid off over that longer time makes sense.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm, I appreciate that update. It seems like we're kind of, and this is again just my assessment of things. It just we're kind of bare bones this next upcoming year. So it's I think it's kind of part of the reality of rising costs and trying to be good stewards of the tax dollar and calculating all of those different projects into staff that are full-time and other things that we need to do that are outside of infrastructure. So I am, it's really difficult because I do support the budget and we kind of came into an agreement as a council through a set of discussions with staff and amongst ourselves. And so I still am supportive of the direction of next year's budget, but I do just want to kind of just express my caution with continuing to do this in the future, because I don't think we can get away with not bonding forever, because it's just going to become more and more expensive. And I would be curious to hear, in the future if, why, or in the future, like how we can still bond effectively and efficiently without doing a double-digit tax percentage increase, right? I think there's a way to do that, but for this right now, for this upcoming year, I think we're just at where we're at. But I appreciate the presentation. I think Robbinsdale has a track record of doing good work with our public works staff, as well as a variety of contractors that we work with in the area. And that's why we're doing this, is to build those investments so they last for a long time. And I trust our staff's ability to make the most of any dollar we give them. So everything we're spending in next year is important, and including some of the stuff that we're talking about right now. So thank you for the summary.
Yes, Councilmember Parisi.
Thank you. Thanks, Richard. So a quick question on some of the resolution language that we're being asked to adopt. And in the resolution, it says that the street improvement plan does not allocate funding for any specific projects at this time. And I'm wondering if that part of the resolution, is that in relation to that note that you highlighted in the red box earlier when you said that during 2026 staff are going to review the entire plan for the sustainable expenditure long term, or does that part of the resolution mean something else?
Councilmember Parisian, I noticed that part of the resolution as well and wondered myself what that meant. I think what that might be getting at is, while this plan identifies what we expect to spend money on, it's not until we actually come before you with a bid that you approve that the money would be allocated.
Okay.
I think that's the meaning of that.
Yeah. Tim?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Parisian, that's spot on. The specific language, whereas adopting the plan does not allocate funding for any specific projects at this time, that is in reference to, it does not give staff the green light to go forward with any projects without further getting council input.
Okay, thank you. So then, as a larger question on project prioritization, project prioritization would happen before bringing funding asks of council. And I guess a related question to that is the road condition testing and priority list development that was done with back in 2013 and then updated 5 years after that. Is there a plan for an updated pavement condition assessment in the near future?
Councilmember Parisian, I think we're already overdue for another one. I was trying to get them every 5 years.
Okay.
I think the next one might be a bit more extensive, because when we did it the first time, it wasn't just a visual review of the pavement conditions. We also did mechanical testing. We did a falling weight deflectometer testing, which they drop a weight every so many 100 feet along the road, and they've got little geophones, and it can tell how quickly the waves bounce back, and from that they can tell a lot about the pavement, whether it's too soft, whether it's good, and all that sort of business. So having some of that mechanical information 20 years after we did the first one, I think would be prudent. We just have not programmed that as yet.
Okay. From my point of view, I would be supportive of a new assessment, and I imagine that assessment would help inform the prioritization of upcoming projects, and then answering my own question on how the funding loops in after that. So I don't have any other questions, but thank you, Richard. Thank you.
Councilmember Blackledge, Councilmember Greenberg, anything to add or questions you might have?
I just have one question. Thank you, Richard. Thanks, Mayor and Council. You mentioned the plan on, I think it was Yates Zane 41st, which doesn't fall into like the later years of the 10-year plan. But you also mentioned that there's a lot of water main breaks there, and I know we've had conversations of balancing the like things are breaking constantly and we're fixing them at some point. It makes more sense to do the actual work to replace it or repair it. And I guess my question on that one just specifically is, would it make sense to move that up if we're experiencing a lot of failures, or not on your recommendation? Would that not be a recommendation from your perspective?
Councilmember Greenberg, that's a good question. There are many pressures on which projects should be given prioritisation. Certainly the condition of the infrastructure is one of the primary factors that plays into that. We also have to be mindful of other projects. As I mentioned, that storm sewer project, potential project down on France Avenue, next to the villas. If they choose to do work, I have to do work at the same time. So the timing of that is not really under my control. Also with the light rail, if the light rail is a go and they're building through the city of Robbinsdale, I have to be ready to complement what they're doing with what we need to do at the same time. So that might draw away a little bit from some of the traditional prioritisation that I would normally do. We have water main breaks in other places as well. I've got water mains that are 4 inches, which is problematic as well for firefighting purposes. So come and sit in my seat for a week, and I'll be happy to run over all of the challenges that we face, and we can sit down together and prioritise what streets get done in what order.
No, I appreciate that. I just was curious.
Sure.
If it was, the comment that it's constantly breaking, is it something to move up? But no, it makes sense what you're talking about, and the other projects that are going on that are outside of our control that impact some of the decisions that you're making on the ones that are. So I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Sadly, we have more flexible pipes that are held together with repair bands than you would like to know.
I can appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Councilmember Blackledge, anything?
Yeah, just real quick. As far as West Broadway, 42nd and 47th, and like that construction working with City of Crystal, how does that look as far as like just starting that? I know this is just for 2032, but like how do you start the process with them and figure out who's doing what and that support?
Sure. Yeah, well, what we would do there, Councilmember Blackledge, is we would align our programs to start with so that we all agree that the road should be constructed during year X. We would then come to some agreement as to who's doing the survey, the design, who's running the project. And from that we would then proceed like we would normally. There'd then be an agreement between the cities about the proportion of construction cost share. We've worked with the City of Crystal already on 47th Avenue, on a lot of the streets that we share with them now. Adair Avenue, Veracruz Avenue. There's been quite a lot of work done, mainly in the mid-noughties. We did a lot of work, 2005, 2006. We did a lot of construction work in conjunction with Crystal.
Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. I guess I don't have any more questions, but just thanks. I've been sitting in this chair now for almost 12 months, 11 and a half. And I know, over the course of these 11 and a half months, we've gotten feedback from residents on projects, and you've gotten feedback from us as a council to keep the tax levy in a place where, can we always get it lower? And I saw that reflected here. And so I appreciate the work that you did, which might not be obvious to others, but significant amount of work that was done here to help us get to a place where we can get to 7.5%. So thank you, sir. Okay. Is there a motion to, or Tim, you have something?
Mr. Mayor, Council, I just remind you, the motion that staff is recommending is to hold a public hearing, receive comments on the city proposed street improvement and reconstruction plan 2026 through 2035 as displayed in Exhibit 1, then by motion waive the reading and order the adoption of the attached resolution.
Do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we open the public hearing.
Second.
I second. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. Chase, would I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Floor is open. If anybody has anything they'd like to say.
Ken Jamboys, 45th and Grimes.
Okay.
The 16 million for the 2027 and I think it was 14 million for 2028. If bonds, where's that money going to come from if we don't have bonds to sell? I mean, as a taxpayer, where's that money going to come from? I know we need the stuff done, but where's that money going to come from? It's only $1 million for next year. That's manageable, but 16 million in 1 year, that's a lot of money. Where's the money going to come from? Can I get an answer from anybody, please?
Hello, Nick Hyde, 39 Perry. I'm just thinking about Councilmember Parisian, your question about prioritization. I know it's a lot smaller budget for next year, I believe, for the streets plan than what is supposed to be. And I think this is an opportunity for some streets projects that aren't necessarily like redoing an entire street, but are more surface projects like bike infrastructure and other like pedestrian safety features. I noticed that was a part of the things that could be potential like pedestrian improvements. I was on a walk on 42nd, the bridge over 42nd and 100 the other day, and if you were in a wheelchair, definitely couldn't get across that bridge safely and would have been stuck in quite a bit of snow. And I didn't like seeing that. I was thinking of my neighbors, and that just does not seem acceptable, getting to the closest bus stop that goes to downtown at a reasonable rate. So the express bus is across the highway there. So stuff like that, I think could be a good opportunity to think about, like we buy a sidewalk plow or something. I don't know what it would be, but investing more in like the labor things or bike lanes, like painted bike lanes with some basic safety features would be great. We don't have much of that, I don't think, or crossings could be another alternative. So I like the idea of using this weird off year to invest in those smaller projects that do impact our community in really cool ways.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Kelly Goski, 41st and Beard. I'll try to keep it brief. It's late. So again, 20 years, I hear a repeat of what I heard in 2007, 2008, and it's a rather dire picture of our infrastructure. There's an old saying, we can do it all, we just can't do it all at the same time. So I'm delighted to hear that some of this stuff has been pushed forward. I'm also aware that we are paying for the sins of the past. But you're all going to be making decisions that impact us in 5 years, if we're still here. And so as these seats turn, and we have the same city engineer, and back in, I moved in 2005, 2007, 2008, Richard could tell better when that was, but the street in front of my house, after having the alley reconstructed, which is adjacent to 42nd and Shawan, which that alley is horrendous, they stopped a lot of that. They did mine, and then they tore up the front of my street, and for 2 years it was under construction. So understand the need for infrastructure. At that time, I heard here that the streets of Robbinsdale look like Beirut. So when I hear about all of, it's dire, almost dystopian to think about, like, what does this look like? What does it look like? I remember the collapse of 42nd or County Road 9, and there was a lot of fun had around that collapse. And I also understand that it's less expensive to do it all than to do it piecemeal. I've been part of big projects, been part of big budgets. But I am really concerned about how we characterize, given the Beirut comment, which I do not believe that our streets look like Beirut in 2008. And remember, we hit a crash, which we could be headed for again. And so, again, the seats turn, and new people come in, and they're not going to be responsible for decisions you made, but we're going to live with them. And so I really hope that we really take a look at what do we really need. And I don't think anybody's exaggerating that sewers need to be replaced and all of those things, but I will tell you, there may come a time, God forbid, Robbinsdale has to look at merging with another city. And I hope that doesn't happen, but there are towns up north, like Crosby, Ironton. They're so close, they have similar, they have their own city council, they have their own, they had their own police force until they couldn't afford it. They shut down post offices. Like, that's a real thing. Robbinsdale has been a really nice community. But it's getting to the point that those of us that have inherited the sins of the past, that have to pay for the sins of the past, I want to pay my fair share. And I don't think I'll qualify for a program. But I am really tired of those of us that live here being left holding the bag. And so those are my comments, and they're overarching for the last 20 years. And, I guess we'll see. By we talk about 2030, 2035. Like, most of us won't be here. And somebody else will inherit it. So we have to be responsible now. If previous administrations weren't, we need to be responsible now and stop some of the bleeding. Thank you.
Kelly.
Hi, Ross from 36 in France. My question is there any warranty on the work that is being done? Because there's a road that's being, that was just laid and it's already cracking. And if that's cracking, I wonder what's below, if that's holding out or not. So I guess my question is more the warranty. If you're spending so much money on all these projects, if something does break 5 years from now, is that covered, or do we have to pay again that same amount of money?
Hi there. My name is Rory Honorado. My husband and I just moved to Robbinsdale. I'm from New Jersey. He was born here and raised about a half mile from where we bought our home on Shoreline Drive. where the project is going to be taking place. While I can acknowledge that there's an aggressive air in the room, I would like to just take a moment to talk about a few things that I don't feel like there is the opportunity to, given the way these meetings are panned out. First thing I'd like to mention, just to be on all your minds, is Councilmember Parisian, your question wasn't answered about where all the students attending Lakeview would be redirected. And the cherry on top of that was them leaving immediately after their presentation. I would be doing my husband and I a disservice by not mentioning that as a younger family, there's not going to be families moving to Robbinsdale if there's not a school to send their children. I mean, let's face the reality. And while I am not diminishing that you are separate from the school board, there has to be influence. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting in those seats. Secondly, the driveway reconstruction that doesn't exist, that can be rolled into our property taxes when we want to redo our driveway because we bought an insane Spanish-style home on Shoreline Drive that we are trying to make look nice because it's been there since 1929, and say what you will in this room, that's a pivotal part of this community. And we respect the heritage of the house, and we're doing our best to restore it. I encourage both of you in the front row to take into account that there should be an ability to roll the driveway reconstruction that needs to take place for all of the homes on Shoreline Drive into the property taxes that we are going to be paying. Because you are, as much as all of the people spoke about utilities and all of those things, we are blessed to have the ability to pay for our utilities. But when it comes to the $22,500 that Robin...
I hate to stop you. You're on a good run, Tim.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Council, typically with the public hearings, we ask that you address the council, not individuals.
Sorry.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sandvik, I'd just like to point out that all the people who spoke tonight, you diminished them by rattling off facts. I know we were going to speak about electric vehicle charging stations tonight. My career is in the car industry and automotive. It is no longer relevant. The $7,500 has gone away. Electric vehicles are being seized, being sent to the United States from European manufacturers, and American manufacturers have rolled back significantly on what they're doing with electric vehicles. So while we want to be like the Galleria and Edina who provide free charging to their guests, we don't have a shopping center. Let's put money into our town first. So
Loretta.
before you get there, I just wanted to get ahead of that.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And honestly, thank you for your comments, and I appreciate that, and they're noted. And it's a beautiful house, by the way. Are there any other comments on the capital improvement plan?
I probably could hold these comments until the next public hearing, but this is getting pretty late, and I think we're probably all looking forward to getting out of here. So I'm going to kind of roll both of these together because it does involve both the street and improvement plan and the capital improvement plan. I just want to point out a few figures that from looking at the, 322 pages of material for today's meeting. 60%, it was pointed out, 60% of Robbinsdale's revenue comes from property taxes. Of that 60%, 82% is on the back of homeowners. To use my personal example, from 2021 to proposed levy in 2026, my taxes will have had a 45% increase. By the way, my name is Joe Wilging. I spoke before, York Avenue. The city, as I understand from reading that material, is responsible for 40% of those, of spending 40% of those taxes. They get 40%. So any capital improvement, including any road improvement, any infrastructure improvement, it's going to be largely paid for by those taxes. That's your main source of revenue. So it doesn't really matter whether we're talking about a capital improvement for a building or a road improvement, is my understanding. Some examples of this, I'm looking over the material, there's about $140 million plus of capital improvement. In those $40 million, most of them don't happen over the next, or $140 million, most of them don't happen over the next 10 years, they happen over the next 6 years, 5 to 6 years. For example, previously, from 2018 to 2025, if I'm reading the Robbinsdale information correctly, we spent roughly $1 to $1.5 million a year on roads and street improvement. We're now looking at 17 million, 15 million, and 8.5 million just in 2027, 28, and 29. We have a park, a single park, where we're proposing, or we have an estimate in the materials, of $6.5 million for one park. It's a 4-phase plan, so I imagine that will take place over some number of years as well, but $6.5 million for one park. We're going to spend $92 million on government buildings. 92 million bucks. It's not over 10 years. It's actually, the last of it is to be funded through in 2031. We're proposing $30.5 million in 26 for a new public works building, with another 8.5 for that building in 2027. We have a $50 million building we're proposing in 2 tranches, $25 million in 2030 and $25 million in 2031 for something called the Civic Campus. I can't really find any information on what exactly a Civic Campus is, but there you have it. This is all on top of the $40 million that we're paying for our water treatment facility and our water tower. So what we're looking at is we're looking at about $139 million bucks over 6 years, not 10 years. As we said, 60% of Robbinsdale revenue is property tax, with 82% of that being residential property tax. So if my math is right, we're looking at about $67 million on the residential taxpayers. Now, assuming that none of these taxpayers get some kind of tax relief, which we know they will, some will, and that's fine. However, if you assume none of them do, if Google is correct, we have about 6,600 residences in Robbinsdale. Do the math. That's 10 million bucks per resident, per residence, to pay for all of this stuff. That's a lot of money for a little tiny community. We are a small community. Many people, we're not Minneapolis, we're not New York. We are a small community. We're not getting any bigger. We're pretty much built out. So what I would request the council do is I would request that they actually scrub all of these things very, very closely, perhaps with a little bit more citizen involvement and actually looking at the individual projects rather than getting this spreadsheet with 375,000 different line items. And they actually scrub that and they separated out the needs to do from the wants to do. The reality is we're going to spend $6.5 million bucks in Sanborn Park. They're going to build a new building there. Why? How many of you have actually, well, I won't ask the council, how many people have ever been in that building? I haven't. I go to that park. I used to skate on the rinks when we had a rink there. But I don't go to that. I've never been in that building. I have no idea what it's used for, and nobody's going to use that building. This is not an if we build it, they will come kind of situation. We need to scrub these budgets, and we need to get rid of, honestly, every want to do and limit it to exclusively the have to do's. I have to drive on the roads. I understand spending money on roads. I have to have water. I understand. I don't agree with the decision to build a water plant, but it's there. I understand you have to pay for it, and I have to drink water. So yes, that's something you've already paid for. But there's a whole host of things. Do we really need a civic, what is it called? A civic building? Do we need that? What's it for? There hasn't been any transparency in that. I mean, sure. You've done public notices and things like that, but that's the kind of thing that should have an explanation in the weekly Birdtown brief. We ought to have better explanations. We ought to have better communication. But what I would request is that you guys, that's what you're elected to do, look at those line items, get rid of the stuff that would be nice, that would maybe make us look like bigger communities, but get rid of the things that's nice. Focus on the stuff we have to do and on nothing else. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Teresa Baird, 43rd and Unity. I've been here before. All right, when I first moved here in 1991, our property taxes were $1,200 a year. Now it's $4,000 a year proposed. Water bill was $70, $80. That was for 3 months. Now it's $300. For, was that 2 months?
Yep.
Okay. All right. That's all I have to say. Have fun.
Any other comments? Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Blackledge. Aye. Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Okay. Council, staff, any comments?
Mr. Mayor, Council, if you'd like, I'd be happy to run through a few things. I'm sure Mr. McCoy would as well, if you'd like to start there, or if Council has additional questions, comments, or concerns right out of the gate.
We want to. Let's defer to you first.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I'll start and then invite Mr. McCoy to certainly jump up and fill in any gaps. Again, in sequence that we heard, there was an initial question about concerns. It actually came up twice about significant increases compared to neighboring years in 2027, 2028. As Mr. McCoy noted, a lot of what we pushed off for 2026 got put into subsequent years. Some of that depends on what happens with light rail. So while the intention is to further spread it out in the next 12 months, we're looking for some guidance from council on those items. So while those numbers are significant, take them with a grain of salt as we continue to flatten this out years ahead. Again, recent history with the council giving us direction as staff to defer a number of the projects that were originally scheduled for next year, especially with the intent to avoid any bonding, was a result of pushing those on into the subsequent years. There was some comments about the looks of the streets, and I just thought it'd be worth noting one of the things where we're seeing some of these significant increases in costs compared to street projects that have been done in history. We're getting in and doing a lot of infrastructure underneath where that hasn't been done in history. So some of the resurfacing, those types of projects that were done maybe 20 years ago, these are fuller, bigger projects that include water, sanitary, and stormwater. There was a question about warranty for work. I guess it all specifically depends on the projects. Maybe Ross, if you want to give us a call next week, we'd be happy to touch base on which specific project you were talking about, and we can get into the details with you. There were some questions about loading in driveway work as a part of a project. You know, I know that's something, I'll let the engineer speak more to that, where we've explored that in the past. Again, there was a question about the 27, 28, 29 increases. Again, just want to make note that that's the pushing off of 2026 projects. So if you were to look back at the CIP meeting that we had last year, you compare that number that we had for 26 compared to what we have now in the just over 1 million, I believe that's something close to a 90% reduction. So all those getting pushed in is the result of those delays. there were some questions about parks and input into Sanborn specifically, and otherwise, I would note that the council just did go through a parks master plan. One of the examples that I'd like to give, there was a question or an allusion towards the phasing of that. It's a good call out for an example that we're looking at doing a replacement of the playground at Sanborn. The number in there is the expected total cost of a playground replacement, with the caveat that doesn't necessarily get called out. And it's fair to say that the details aren't a part of that spreadsheet, but it doesn't get called out that the expectation is to match that funding with Hennepin County. They have recreation type of grants. So really the burden is only half specific to Robbinsdale. So there is a lot of detail. These conversations do happen in the background. It is fair to criticize a lot of information in those pieces, but again, using that as an example, some of those funding sources, it's not solely based on the levy and based on taxes. As Councilmember Greenberg likes to talk about, getting creative, that stretching our dollar and finding those grant funding pieces. Just wanted to call that out specific to Sanborn. And those were the notes that I had. Mr. McCoy, you want to fill in the gaps?
Mr. Mayor, council members, as the city manager identified, and as I gave in my presentation, the bulge, if you like to call it that, for 27-28 is not our intention to spend $15 million in streets in 27 and 28. We had a fairly short turnaround time to get this presentation together. Between now and next year, we'll smooth that out over the following 10 years so you don't have a $15 million year. So that will help to determine when bonds are needed. Resurfacing projects, and that also relates to the comment about the streets looking like Beirut. Back in 2017, 18 and 19, the City Council at the time elected to spend quite a bit of additional money on an accelerated street resurfacing project. The streets in this city are pretty good, ride-wise. And that's great. We like to keep them like that, but they don't stay like that if you've got to dig them up to repair a water main or to dig it up to replace a failed sewer or something like that. So we try to be sensible about when we resheet roads versus when we reconstruct them. A comment about the collapse of County Road 9. Well, for those that don't recall, that was a third-party water main owned by the Joint Water Commission, getting water from the City of Minneapolis being delivered to the City of Crystal in a county road. So it had nothing to do with us. And in fact, failures like that are a classic example of poor asset management. That pipe that failed was a 1965 PCC pipe, which is basically a thin bit of metal that's surrounded by concrete that's tensioned with wire. And over time, the wire had failed and the whole thing let go. And it happened twice on the same pipe. That's the sort of thing we're trying to avoid by doing timely reconstruction. So yeah, we copped a lot of flack about that because it was in the city of Robbinsdale. It actually blocked up our sanitary sewer. Luckily, our public work guys got onto it, so we didn't back up any sewer into people's places. So, yeah, that was not our infrastructure. Paying for the sins of the past, that's a very true statement. There were some times in the city's history during the 90s where all they did was surface work. And the already, 60, 70, 80-year-old pipes in the ground were left there. So we're trying to play catch-up. A comment about the recent work down by France Avenue and 36, cracking, asphalt cracks. That's a flexible pavement. We'll have to get down there and have a look to make sure it hasn't cracked to the point where it's problematic, but asphalt cracks. That's just the way it is. And that particular property owner will not have to pay again in 5 years. We now look after the maintenance of that road for the next however long until the city decides it wants to assess for mill and overlays. If not, the next reconstruction. So that's the situation there. Let's see. Yes, there's the civic campus idea. That is just the thought at the moment. There really is nothing on paper about that. It is merely a placeholder. When you consider big ticket projects like that, you don't just plop it in at the last minute, because that makes it awfully hard to fund, and it doesn't give opportunity for further consideration of the project or feedback or anything like that. Right now, it's a placeholder. The city might determine it doesn't want to do that. The other government buildings, yes, we have our public works building, which I'll talk about in a minute here when we do the second presentation. That is a 1956 building that has outlasted its usability, I guess. It's not fit for purpose. If anyone wants to come down and have a look at how we have to stack the vehicles into that facility, half the vehicles aren't even in the garage, they're out in cold storage. So we're trying to provide an appropriate facility for our public works guys. We can't even maintain half of the equipment we got in the mechanics part because the roof is too low. You can't lift the cabs up. So we're trying to be sensible and provide facilities that make our work efficient on our day-to-day jobs. I think that's all I wanted to comment on.
Thank you, Richard. Something that was brought up, and I think I heard you mention it, Tim, was the rolling driveway projects into property taxes, or what I'm hearing is creative thinking around some of those projects that might just need to happen anyways, right? Because the street's getting torn up in front of their house, right? Is that something we can take back to a work session and talk about as a council, or?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Council, I guess that'd be part of an investment, part of a philosophy. If Council was supportive, staff would be happy to get you some numbers on that future work session. I think, as Mr. McCoy noted, 2026 will be a good opportunity to talk about the shoreline project in whole, including additional meeting with the neighbors.
Great. Thank you. Sorry, may I go in front of the council? Any comments or questions? Councilmember Wagner.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all. Residents for the questions and staff for providing some more context there. And I guess I just wanted to add on to the Public Works building, Civic Campus. Those items are definitely, still kind of a dream, if you will. So I think the Public Works building is more of a need at this point, though. And so kind of understanding the costs around that, we are trying to work with our state legislative team to get funding from the state to help us build that new facility. So I would encourage you to reach out to our state senator, Ann Rest, and our representative, Mike Freiberg, to voice your support for something like that, because that helps obviously alleviate the tax burden on all of us to get a new public works facility that is, we toured it earlier this year, and it really needs to be updated. It's not meeting the demands of like what a modern city needs. And then as for, I think there was a comment too about if we're not bonding to pay for this, how are we going to pay for it? Then we just can't do the things that we need to do, right? If we're unable to bond long term in the future, we can't do these necessary things. And also, I think there's other ways we can talk about it. I think we've talked about it as a group. And again, this kind of is a state issue too, but a local sales tax is a potential way that we could fund specific projects. There's like guidelines statutorily that you have to follow, and the projects have to meet a certain guideline. But I'd be supportive of that if the project is right, and we've continued those discussions. And I don't know, there's only so many different tools that a city has to make sure our infrastructure has the money to keep it alive and to keep it updated. And that's kind of the reality. But just wanted to add a couple more comments like that.
Thank you. Councilmember Wagner. Anybody else have comments or questions? Yes, Councilmember Greenberg, I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor. And thanks to the public for being there to hold us accountable, and appreciate the staff feedback. Just one thing I wanted to say, I mean, the Shoreline project is in my ward, and I've met with a number of residents. So if you do have questions, whether it's driveway costs being folded into property taxes or whatever it is, I want to be available and happy to meet with you, happy to arrange meetings with staff. So please don't hesitate to reach out and come to me with your concerns. Some things I might not be able to impact, but at the very least, I want to advocate on behalf of the residents. So I know that's a major project. I understand it's being pushed out a little bit, but if it's something that you want to discuss or you have questions on, please reach out to me.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions? Comments? Okay. Is there a motion to close? Wait, is there another motion? So, do I have a motion to waive the reading?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will move that we waive the reading and order the adoption of the resolution to adopt the city 10-year street improvement and reconstruction plan as shown in Exhibit 2.
Second.
Chase, can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Okay. Next up is to hold a public hearing to receive comments regarding the city's capital improvement plan 2026 to 2025 and adopt the city's capital improvement plan 2026 through 2025.
Yeah, similar to the street plan, we will follow the Minnesota Statute 475.521 as amended and act. In order to city to issue bond under the new statute, this city must have 5-year capital improvement plan. Our city are doing 10-year for better vision and setting financial planning. Propose capital improvement plan 2026 to 2035 does include issuing bond under the act in the calendar of 2026. Holding public hearing allow for flexibility if need should arise to issue bond in the calendar year of 2026 or adjust the bond amount. Staff recommendation, hold public hearing to receive comment on city proposed capital improvement plan. By motion, waive the reading and order adoption of resolution to adopt the city 10-year improvement capital improvement plan. We will have a presentation with Mr. McCoy.
It's one second, Richard.
Sorry?
Just 1 second.
Yep.
It's not coming up on the screen, so.
Does it sit there too long?
I forgot he mentioned it in the close. He did. Didn't come back to it.
You did it?
Yeah.
Yeah. They had a second, go for it.
Unplug it and plug it back in. Oh my gosh.
I feel like it's something.
I got the psychedelic version, I think. No, we had a psychedelic version, but you couldn't really read it.
Oh, that was the rezoning of the event space?
I think so, yeah. Event centers in the B4 district. If we're taking a break.
Apologies for the technical
That's okay.
difficulties. Ooh. I noticed this monitor's got a few dead pixels in it too. If you get that sorted. Is there? Okay.
I mean, I could maybe like share my screen, but then we wouldn't see Jason.
Is that the case?
May I ask if the council comfortable following along in their materials?
100%.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the AV system is tired.
Should be okay.
No, I'm good. I'm just waiting for Councilmember Wagner to return.
And Jason, you can hear us?
Jason?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, thanks.
Drama. Take a minute.
I have a copy of the presentation too, so.
Okay, we're going to ask that the council follow along via their computers instead of have a presentation.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so Mayor and Council members, I'll be talking about the proposed 10-year capital improvement plan. And again, the purpose of the plan is similar to the purpose that I spoke about for the streets projects, that it outlines. The only difference is that this plan outlines works over all of the asset groups of the city, rather than just focusing on the streets. Again, it includes ongoing and substantial expenditure. It's appropriate that the public be given opportunity to make comment, and holding the public hearing allows the greater funding flexibility, especially when it comes to bonds. I've also included that same note on the bottom of this page that we had for the streets, where we've tried to defer major projects in order to avoid the need to bond. So the major asset groups that the city looks after is our government buildings, our parks, the traffic and transportation, utilities and capital equipment. So for government buildings, it includes significant upgrades, maintenance and replacements to City Hall, so that would be the civic campus that's identified. Public safety, again, I think, upgrades and maintenance would be mainly public safety at the moment. Ultimately, whether a civic campus does go ahead and whether that includes public safety as well as City Hall, that is all issues to be determined down the line here. I have nothing for you to talk about that right now. The Public Works Garage and the historic library building. So significant projects for the 10-year period that this plan covers includes the Public Works building, and we've noted that construction of that is pending the outcome of seeking additional non-standard revenue. I think it was mentioned that we've asked for $20 million through the state bonding bill, and that would be that would be about 50% of the cost of that building, so that would be significant. Also looking at working with council to consider seeking support for a local option sales tax to help fund buildings like this as well. The police PUPs, contribution towards looking after dogs that they pick up. That's in 2026. We've noted that the new civic campus on Hubbard Avenue, it's a placeholder for 2030. Again, I think construction of that would be dependent upon non-standard revenue and any other grant or funding opportunities as well. Or maybe a redevelopment of mixed development of some sort like Columbia Heights have done. Who knows? It's just in there as a placeholder. We do have recurring projects in the government buildings area, and I've reintroduced Project 181, which is Public Works Garage repairs. If we're deferring the cost of the actual construction commencement for that building, we need to have some contingency money there in case things go bad. HVAC systems and other systems that are outdated. We have a building small works project, solar power implementation and EV charging stations as well. We've just got a picture of the current public safety building, a picture of City Hall with the solar panels on top, and a rendering of what the new public works building might look like. We then move into parks, and the capital improvement plan for parks includes significant upgrades, replacements to all of the parks within the city, and I've listed them all there. I shall not read them off in the interest of time. Significant projects for the 10-year period. In general, the Parks CRP work will be steered by the recently adopted Parks Master Plan. One of the significant ones there is the Sanborn Park. There's significant works to be staged over multiple years, and that is to ensure affordability. And some of those works include the new community building, and additional funding sources will also be sought as opportunity presents for construction like that. We've got the Lee Avenue North end enhancements. That's a little ways out, and I've got the caveat there that depending on what the results are with the PFAS treatment, that site is kind of in reserve in case I have to build some granular activated carbon filters or something. At this stage, I don't know. We haven't done the PFAS feasibility yet. We've got Triangle Park reconstruction. Again, that park, we removed the old wading pool because it had some significant structural issues to it. There is opportunity there to consult with the residents in that area and do further plan development to see what might be good for the community in that particular park. We've got Lee Park synthetic turf replacement in there for 2030, but again, understanding that if we keep up maintenance on that, we might be able to push that out further and further. It is quite an extensive investment to replace that, but if we can do a little bit of extra maintenance on it each year, we might be able to get another 5 years or so out of that. So we'll see how we go. Then we've got some funding in there for South Halifax Park improvements in 2028. Have a picture of the Sanborn Park proposals, the different phases and the cost of the different elements there. In parks also we have recurring projects, playground replacements, trail constructions in multiple parks, over the 10-year duration of the plan, park furniture replacement, small works and trail lighting. Then have a picture of Lakeview Terrace Park. And we have a picture of the brand new playground down at Manor Park, which just became operational. Traffic and transportation. This is the reconstruction of streets, sidewalks and alleys. I will not talk much about this because we just spent a significant amount of time talking about the 10-year street program. We'll jump straight into utilities. Utilities includes the rehab and replacement of utility infrastructure throughout the city, and the three main utilities that we're talking about there are water supply, sanitary sewer and storm sewer. Some of the significant projects for the 10-year period. We're continuing working through the preliminary stuff for new tower, Water Tower 2. It seems like we made an application to the PFA for funding for that, low interest loan, and it seems like we are in the fundable range for that, so that might be a good result. We're looking at backup generator for well number 4 and lift station number 3. The PFAS reduction program. We're also in the PFA funding range for that. So we won't be taking that up immediately. We have to get the feasibility work done first to see what might be appropriate. And then we might be able to use again some low interest money to help us with that project. SCADA system upgrades. We're coming toward the end of our upgrades. That will run through 2028. Continued installation of fibre routes. That is again through 2028. That has been a really well-received project from our public works guys. They're really taking on board that new technology and embracing it, and they're pushing themselves to learn more about some of the infrastructure that's now connected. So I think that's been a really worthwhile effort. And then completion of that storm sewer trunk line, the one that's currently under construction in Sanborn Park. And our bottle collection continues to grow. So some other significant projects in the utilities area. 38th Avenue, Abbott Avenue, there's some issues with stormwater there. That one might be dependent upon, I know the city of Minneapolis is looking to do some storm sewer work, so we might be able to mesh something with that. The rehab of tower number 1 is in 2027. And that is contingent upon consideration of ultimate plans for that site. Demolition of old Tower 2 in 2028. That is dependent upon new Tower 2 being constructed and all the telco antenna transferred to the new tower. And then Ryan Lake high capacity overflow storm in 2031. I think that project has been in the 10-year list since I started. So it's been kicked along quite a bit. Recurring projects in utilities include valve replacement for our water mains, water treatment plant equipment, manhole rehabilitation and lift station component replacement in the sanitary side, gross pollutant trap installations, catch basin replacement, TMDL projects, invasive weeds, sediment delta removal, pond dredging and small works in the storm sewer side of things. Then we have a picture of the treatment plant and new water tower 1. We have a couple of pictures of sanitary sewer. The one on the left, the actual footage from inside the pipe is some of the fun stuff we review as part of our preliminary investigations for reconstruction projects. The third picture is actually a picture of the construction site at Sanborn Park. That is at the downstream end. They've got one pipe poking into an area of reinforcing which will become the downstream chamber, if you like to call it that. Next picture in Storm shows some CDS units. We use those to keep trash out of our receiving waters. They're very effective at doing that. And then the next picture shows some of the weeds, invasive weeds that we get in our lakes that we like to keep under control. The final category is capital equipment, and that includes the city computers, squad cars, pickup trucks, dump trucks, and specialist equipment. Significant purchases for the 10-year period of the plan include fire department mobile radios, light rescue truck, street sweeper. Street sweepers come up quite often because between them and the Vector truck, those machines just get trashed. You know, they're constantly out getting used and they get burnt up really, really quick. The aerial fire appliance, sewer vac truck, and backhoe. Recurring projects within the plan include server and computer network equipment and software, police vehicles, and dump trucks and pickup trucks. And we have some pictures of a loader and a mobile pump. And then the summary of projected expenditures, the years from 2026 through 2030 are on the first page in the different categories. And then moving to the second page of that, we have the years 2031 through 2035 and the totals. Interesting to note that the total expenditure over those 10 years across all assets is about $201 million. So that is all I have to present. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Richard. Council, any questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Greenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Richard, for the presentation. So some of the community feedback in the previous public hearing was about like nice to have versus need to have, and talking about playground equipment. And I just was wondering if I could get a sense from you or your feedback on what happens if we don't replace the playground equipment on schedule. Does it become dilapidated and unsafe? Does it mean if we didn't replace it, we just have to tear it down and there'd be no playground? Like, what are the outcomes of, I feel like there's sometimes an opinion like we don't need a new playground right now. So what are the impacts of that?
Yeah, Councilmember Greenberg, good question. What we've been doing over past years is we inspect those playgrounds on a regular basis. If we find that the playground is still fit for purpose and is still looking okay in terms of condition, we can extend when we need to replace that by, we'd probably look at it a year or two at a time to extend that if that is one of the desires of City Council in order to try and smooth out that expenditure over time. We can certainly do that. I think unless the playground equipment itself is totally broken up and failing, I think we could extend the life of these a little bit. We would then just have to make sure that our inspections are kept up and that any time we come across a failure, like we saw in that playground with the broken ramp, the broken slide, we've got to change out those pieces as we can. Generally, our playgrounds aren't that old that you can't get the pieces for them, but it would just be a case of making sure that we tape the thing off until we can get that piece replaced.
Great, thank you.
Other questions from the council? Yes, Councilmember Parisian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Council. Thanks, Richard. I do have a question on the funding source pie chart in the CIP, where it indicates that sales tax would be 75% of the pie. I would love to learn more on what that means.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so it's one of the creative way now for financing that we go to local sales tax instead of regular bonding. The benefit about it first, like the city has no financial responsibility when we issue a bond. The city is responsible to do the bond principal interest payment on time. This one you accumulate cash. When you collect it, then you spend accordingly. This number one. Second, like it depend about the city. Is it percentage? 50% would be from city residents, the other whoever come into the city. So this is another source that instead of the city responsible for 100% of it, now it would be another way that another whoever visitor for the city will be getting responsibility for that. There's certain legal procedures that we need to go through the state to get approval. We are in process. We did the study with University of Minnesota. Hopefully, if we can go ahead with it, yes, we can see the public work building next year or later, depend like how fast we accumulate cash to start the construction process.
Okay, thank you. I guess follow-up thoughts. I am very intrigued and supportive of local option sales tax. I am surprised to see how big of a piece of the pie that this would be a potential funding source. So with that, I guess comes with a little bit of caution if we're using such a large funding source as like something that we're relying on for these very big ticket projects. And so I'll also think about like moving forward with that, what would happen if economic state affects local option sales tax to dip even a few percentage points, and what does that mean for the funding of these projects? So that it sounds like that will be a conversation for a future time, but I just wanted to get a little bit of information as I was looking through the CIP. So thank you for explaining that.
Other questions from the council? Any comments from the staff? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
I will second.
Nobody's here. So public hearing open, sorry. Yes, public hearing is open.
The vote.
No, we got a motion.
Oh gosh, sorry, I'm clearly delusional here. Chase, can we have a roll call vote?
Yes,
please?
you can.
Thank you.
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Okay. Nobody's walked in the room since.
Seeing none, I will move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Could I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Any other comments? Questions? Revelations? Okay.
Mayor, I'll just add a comment.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Wagner.
Yeah, thank you to the staff for putting this together and for working on getting some new ways or creative ways to fund these projects, including the state money, local option sales tax. Yeah, as I stated a few minutes ago, like I'm, in support of this new public works facility. I would, in the future, like to see this civic campus come to fruition, and getting more details on that. Because I think the residents would appreciate, a nice place to come and interact with city services and staff I'm sure would appreciate updated facilities that can actually accommodate the direction that the council is giving them in the sense of like providing high quality service to Robbinsdale residents. And I think all these projects really speak to those things, and just trying to find that balance between what we're funding now versus later is very difficult. And I guess I just appreciate the staff's time and intentions behind everything, and keeping us as a council informed. And I think, maybe just as an individual, I could do better to communicate that to my residents or constituents down in Ward 4 better. But I do think that we, as a council, do have a very good and lively discussion about it, and we're very thoughtful about what we are trying to do with the limited resources we have. So I guess I just wanted to extend my thanks to my fellow council members for their work on this. A lot of long nights when it comes to our planning around these things. And then, lastly, just thanks to the residents for providing their feedback and for just being in tune with the process. Come to more meetings, so not just the budget. I would love to see that. But anyway, glad that they were here. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Wagner. Any other comments or questions? Okay, well, those are well put thoughts. Thank you. Is there a motion?
A motion to waive the reading and order of the adoption of the resolution to adopt the city's 10-year capital improvement plan shown in Exhibit 2.
Second.
Roll call vote, please, Chase.
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Okay. Passes. Thanks again, guys. That was a long night. Good presentations. Okay, next on the agenda is the currency exchange license renewal, SJB Enterprises, DBA, doing business as your exchange.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'll give just a brief description and overview of this item. So in November, the city received a renewal application from SJB Enterprises, doing business as your exchange. The Department of Commerce licenses this type of license, but they do require that the city hold a public hearing to either approve or deny, I guess, their recommendation for the license to move forward. This is the second year of renewal, but the second time of renewal, but the business has been about like 2 years, I would say. Staff did reach out to the PD, and they didn't have any concerns with this license going forward. So with that, the mayor, we recommend that the mayor open the public hearing, take testimony, and close the hearing, and then a motion to approve the application for SJB Enterprises, DBA Your Exchange.
Thank you, Chase. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing and take testimony?
So moved.
Second.
Chase, can I have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Okay, the public hearing is open.
Mayor, seeing that all the public comments have been received, I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Chase, can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Okay. Is there a motion to approve the application for SJB Light Enterprises, DBA Your Exchange?
Mayor, can I just make one comment first?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No,
Yes,
it's okay.
of course.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I guess it's hard to predict like how long these meetings are going to go. I would have loved for this to have taken place earlier in the day than what it is right now. But that's something just to keep in mind for the future. But I do appreciate the circumstances around like trying to get important business done, and this is important business. And then I guess I would appreciate the business owner coming by too next time this is up for renewal. But I'm glad to hear there's no issues. So, and then with that, I'll make the motion to approve the application for SJB Enterprises DBA Your Exchange.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, gosh, guys, it is, you know what, we need to make a rule. These things just end at 10 and we continue the next time. All right, so can I get a roll call vote, please, Chase?
You can. Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Okay. That passes.
I followed your lead there, Mayor.
Yeah.
just went for it.
Next on the agenda is the budget memo adopting the 2026 final levy and budget.
The council has requested to adopt the attached resolution approving the final 2026 budget and property tax levy. The city council cannot increase the proposed general tax levy of what was approved in September 16, 2025. The 1%, if we reduce in the tax levy, it will save taxpayers $16.37 over the course of the year. It would increase the budget deficit from $473,079 to $613,752. The recommendation was to lower the tax levy by 0.5%, from 8% to 7.5%, which will put the city tax rate on 60.47%, which will be maintaining consistent for the city. Recommendation by motion waive the reading and order adoption of resolution adopting 2026 final city tax levy in amount of $12,094,634 and order its certification of the Hennepin County Auditor. By motion waive the reading and order adoption of resolution adoption of 2026 final budget and committing fund balance. By motion waive the reading and order adoption of resolution adopting 2026 final HRA property tax levy of the amount $339,881 and ordering its certification to Hennepin County Auditor.
Thank you. Council, any questions or comments? Yes, Councilmember Parisi.
Thank you. Given the timing of the meeting, and I think a lot of the thoughts that I had jotted down have already been shared, but I still think it's worth summarizing and acknowledging and thanking those who did come out tonight and share their feedback and concerns, not just tonight, but over the last several weeks and months. Also want to acknowledge that everything is costing a lot more right now. Household budgets are being stretched thin, and seeing a tax levy increase is frustrating. And so that concern is valid. And I also want to take a few moments to explain why I believe that this recommendation is the right path forward. So for the average Robbinsdale home, this levy means about $13.61 more per month, roughly $163 over the course of the year. And it's worth that reiterating that we did reduce the preliminary levy initially from early conversations from 10% down to 8%, and then now to 7.5% over the course of the full budget review cycle. And the 60% tax rate, as mentioned, that keeps us in line with Crystal, Brooklyn Center, New Hope, and Golden Valley. So we're not necessarily asking for more than what our neighbors are paying for similar services. And the increase continues to fund important and necessary services that we got several presentations on tonight, including public safety, fire response, plowed streets, public works, and maintained parks. And this is the basic infrastructure that protects property values and our quality of life. And as mentioned earlier, a hard truth about Robbinsdale is that we have aging infrastructure. And with over $200 million in capital needs over the next decade, including street construction, water main replacements, and utility upgrades. So delaying these repairs, of course, is not going to save us money. And even with this levy, we're still projecting a budget deficit that we will cover with reserves. So the city is not spending this money recklessly, and we're maintaining services while being careful with savings. But reserves aren't infinite, and depleting them is not a long-term strategy. So the bottom line, that $13.61 a month, I believe that this is a modest investment in maintaining the community that we all choose. And the alternative of cutting services and deferring infrastructure and draining reserves just passes bigger problems and bigger costs to the future. So I believe that this is a fair ask and something that I certainly don't take lightly. And I know the rest of the council takes this responsibility very seriously as well. So with that, thanks for the opportunity for sharing my thoughts and summary of this long but very important process. And with that, I am supportive of the resolution and the 7.5 increase.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Parisian. Anybody else? Comments, questions? Councilmember Wagner?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Parisian, for those remarks. I couldn't agree more. I also just want to commend staff for their work on this. I think we did not make it easy for them. They worked with us well, and they heard us out, and they came up with a budget and a levy proposal that we could come to an agreement on. And I just really appreciate the work that was put into it. And yeah, I just admire that dedication to the elected representatives of Robbinsdale. And I just, I don't know. I was just done with decorum, and there wasn't, any kind of major drama about it. So at least none that we saw. So I do appreciate the staff leadership too for working with their own teams and their own desires and projects when it came to getting it to a place where council and staff could come to an agreement. So really thank you a lot for that. I know it wasn't easy. And then again, I'll just say thank you to the council for the robust discussions around this, and for being true to our charge here as stewards and of the budget and representatives of the desires and wants of all of Robbinsdale. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Wagner. Councilmember Greenberg, Councilmember Blackledge, anything? No, not required. I don't mean to stop you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll jump real quick. I'm not going to read anything that you already said. I think a lot of things were already said already. Just appreciate the time and consideration. That's one of this, again, this being my first budget season. Just appreciate this level of questions, thoughts, ideas. The work sessions have been amazing, and a place where I think it is unfortunate that everybody doesn't show up to those, but we recognize time is always permit. But I really do appreciate this council and the amount of work that's put in, and the thoughtfulness around the decisions, and the staff to be able to adjust and reflect and be in dialogue with us around that. So I also am going to be in support of the 7.5% as well too, knowing that it is necessary for us to continue to have a Robbinsdale that we all want.
Thank you.
Yep. Is it okay? Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks. Thanks, Councilmember Parisian. I think you put it better than I could ever really come up with. So I totally agree with that. I will say thank you to the rest of the council to the community for all the feedback and input, and to staff on this. I do support the 7.5. It's a compromise, and I think this is something that's a good outcome, and it just shows that we as a city council work well together. This is one of the bigger decisions we're going to make as a council, and I definitely don't take the responsibility lightly. And I pay property taxes, and I understand the impacts that this makes. But I also feel strongly about Robbinsdale and want to make sure that we're in a good place today as well as into the future. So with that, thanks everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Greenberg, and I'll just round it out here. We're coming up on 11 o'clock, but it's I do appreciate the time and the investment everybody put in. Several conversations, lots of emails, lots of reading materials. Staff, Tim, great job, and Richard and Dia, thank you for being here as late as you are, and the great work that you've done too. I do hope residents, might not be the outcome you're looking for, but I really hope you walked away knowing that we listen, and it's not as easy as you think. It's just not, and so, but we're always listening, and I know that sentiment is shared by everybody who's up here with me, including staff. So thank you for taking the time to come in, and thank you for taking the time to email and tag and all the things that you do to keep us aware of your thoughts. So with that, we got several motions to make. Someone want to start the engine?
Yes, by motion. I want to waive the reading and order the adoption of the resolution adopting the 2026 final city property tax levy in the amount of $12,094,634 and ordering its certification to the Hennepin County Auditor, shown as Exhibit 3.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. All right, another motion, please.
I'll make a motion to waive the reading and order the adoption of the resolution adopting the 2026 final budget and committing fund balance shown as Exhibit 4.
Second.
Roll call vote, please, Chase.
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. And our final motion.
I will move that we waive the reading and order the adoption of the resolution adopting the 2026 final HRA property tax levy in the amount of $339,881 and ordering its certification to the Hennepin County Auditor as shown in Exhibit 5.
Second.
All right, Chase, can I have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Okay. It passes. So let it be written. So let it be done. Next up is other business, voucher requests pending approval for disbursement.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the voucher disbursement requests for December 2nd, 2025.
Second.
All right, Chase, can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Okay. Administrative reports.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I just got a couple here. I guess I just want to highlight the end of the season yard waste collection that's happening this week from Republic. As a reminder, residents this week could put out their yard waste bin along with 25 additional bags. We did get reports from yesterday and today that those collections have been very successful from Republic, so that's great to hear. So any residents that have normal collection on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, so weather pending, but it looks like it should be an okay forecast, can still put up their yard waste for that collection from Republic. So just wanted to highlight that, and then also just wanted to thank everyone for coming out to the tree lighting tonight. It was a great great crowd, and also wanted to thank everyone who donated to the toys, the coats, and the food drive we had there tonight. So,
Excellent. Thank you, Chase. Mr. Sandvik.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I've got about 15 minutes worth up. No.
Oh, God, Tim.
The look at your face. I share my thanks to everyone that came out tonight for the tree lighting. Great event, always a fun one. Fun to see people, and of course, get a photo with Santa. I do want to know we've got a couple of things coming up. The ice fishing event, again, scheduled with our sponsors January 19th this year. We'll get some promotions out for that. Santa Parade is this weekend, the 6th. If you jump over to our social media or our website, we'll have some places there where you can sort of track and see what time they take off and where they might come through your neighborhood. That's always fun to see, teaming up with a few different towns here near Robbinsdale. Do want to remind folks as we get into the skating season that due to the Sanborn sewer line construction project, there will be no ice rink at Sanborn. We will have a couple other up and running. Again, please stay tuned to our communications. And as the assistant manager noted, the PD Coat Drive and Toys for Tots efforts are currently ongoing collections, both up at PD and down here at City Hall. And the last two things, I do want to share my thanks to staff. Well, per the city charter, the city manager is responsible for the budget. I want to fully acknowledge it's a team effort. Starting with the number in the summer, calling in September, calling again to get to tonight, meant that some difficult decisions and difficult conversations had to happen. Sometimes as a city manager, you got to make unfavorable decisions. But my kudos to the team. Everybody took it in stride. And frankly, most of the time with a positive attitude. So I offer my sincere thanks, not just to department heads that you see here tonight, but to everybody that makes an effort that goes into it. And the last item, offer again sincere thanks to council. Some having gone through this for the first time. I maintain that this is the most difficult decision or set of decisions, not just by way of the budget, but through different parts of the CIP. The culmination of several months of discussions, hard discussions, the way this group conducts themselves, it's no secret that some details and some projects are not shared priorities for everybody, but the shared desire to serve the community is very clear. But to me, even more importantly, that recognition is apparent between all of you, that you recognize that while the road to get there may not be exactly the same as each other's vision, you do so in a very respectful manner, and that carries having worked in local government for a number of years. That's not always the case, so I'm certainly grateful. I know staff is too, so I offer my thanks to you all for getting us here this evening.
Thank you, Tim. Council general comments. Level of life. Councilmember Wagner, please.
Okay, this sounds good. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for staying so late, staff and public, and your participation is just very welcome. And like I said before, just love to hear more from you. So thanks for being here. And I guess I turned my computer off, but the consent agenda, which is why I had turned it back on, but anyway, it's late. So I just wanted to say, there was a lot of stuff that happened during the meeting, and there's a lot of prep work for the items that we discussed at length about and we heard public comment on, but there was also a number of items on the consent agenda that needed work, and that was done by staff. So again, just wanted to shout that out as well. So thank you for all of that work. And I'll just say, I thought the tech worked pretty well most of the night. It sounded like maybe there was some folks in the gallery that couldn't hear, so maybe if we can just review that. And then I think there was a little bit of a display glitch with some of the presentation, so just at some point, just check into that, I guess. But otherwise, I feel like the tech, again, I think has worked really well. Haven't had any interruptions from Councilmember Greenberg's end, been able to hear and communicate with him perfectly fine. So I think all in all, I've been very impressed by the tech rollout. So, but with all of that, that's just thanks again.
Thank you, Aaron. Councilmember Parisian?
Nothing for me this evening, thank you.
All right. Councilmember Blackledge?
I just wanted to real quick say thank you to Councilmember Parisian for your words earlier in all regards, I think around the decisions that we make and how we go and move forward. Very well said. And as always, we offer, please come out and come to the work sessions, come to different meetings as well too, and provide input. This was great tonight to have feedback and hear from our neighbors as well too. So appreciate you all, and yeah, say hi to your neighbor.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Yeah. I guess just a couple things. One is there was a fire in Robbinsdale recently, and a number of residents were displaced. It was really cold, and I want to say thank you to Garrity Delmore, who helped out in giving people shelter while that was all going on. And thanks to all the fire and public safety personnel in Robbinsdale, West Metro, and all the other agencies that helped out on that. And then I will make a shout out for performances this weekend at Cooper High School. Their theater department is putting on The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, so I think that's Thursday through Sunday. Be great if you could make it out. And last but not least, just with the conversation around Lakeview Elementary, appreciate that the superintendent and administration came to speak to us, but it's clearly disappointing. And I think from a resident standpoint, the more feedback that they can get to understand that this has a major impact on Robbinsdale and our community, the more they will be, the more they'll be apt to listen. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilmember Greenberg. Yeah, I'll just touch on a couple of things. First, my apologies for letting some of the public commentary go as sideways as it did, but I felt like when you have passion like that, it's hard to stop somebody from talking, and I wanted to let it happen. And sorry to Richard and Dia that I just didn't turn the person around. Anyways. So I appreciate the council bearing with me here in my rookie year as mayor. Second thing is about the fire. There is a resident, her name's Abby Ball. She's put together baskets on her own, and she'd like to get them to the people who are impacted by the fire. And so I know we're working on a local Red Cross contact, and so I encouraged her to try to reach out to the Red Cross as well with her message. But if we come up with somebody, just let me know and we can get that over to Abby. And then the last thing is kind of on the fun side of things. On Friday, you might see about 200 people running around or more Robbinsdale with hats on and wrist bracelets as they go from different restaurants. For the Lions are hosting the Reindeer Games, which is a kind of we'll call it a pub crawl. And so they're starting in all different spots in Robbinsdale, and they're trying to make it an annual thing. And I just think it's so cool that we got people coming in from all over the community to hang out in Robbinsdale. 200 people is going to be a lot, but I think they're breaking it up over all the restaurants. So look for some fun there, and I think you can still get tickets if you wanted to go to any of the participating restaurants, which are all of them. So, or bars. Yep. So that's it. Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Chase, can I get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Blackledge.
Aye.
Councilmember Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Parisian.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner.
Aye.
Mayor Sutton.
Aye. Meeting is adjourned.